The Kenya private sector allows
Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERPs, point-of-sale systems to hospital, HR, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, smarter, and stronger with Tour Labs. Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERPs, point-of-sale systems to hospital, HR, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, smarter, and stronger with Tour Labs. Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERPs, point-of-sale systems to hospital, HR, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, smarter, and stronger with Tour Labs. Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERPs, point-of-sale systems to hospital, HR, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, smarter, and stronger with Tour Labs. Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERPs, point-of-sale systems to hospital, HR, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, smarter, and stronger with Tour Labs. Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERPs, point-of-sale systems to hospital, HR, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, smarter, and stronger with Tour Labs. Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERPs, point-of-sale systems to hospital, HR, and school management systems. And with TureHub, our smart customer service hub, you'll engage better, support faster, and grow stronger. Grow faster, smarter, and stronger with Tour Labs. Running a business in the digital age? You need more than just ideas, you need the right technology. At Tour Labs, we build custom software, manage your IT, and deliver ready-made solutions, from ERP.
154-802. You can reach me. I will help you with that. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Dr. Carolyn. Thank you so much. Wow, wow, wow. If your finances are not in order, Sylvester, you're not in order. It's interesting. All right, so many thanks indeed. You're joining us online. Please be begin to engage. I'll also be checking the YouTube channel, by the way. Please help me. If there are any comments coming through the YouTube channel, please let me know. We want to appreciate you. Tell us where you're watching us from. And even then, any live link, please tell us where you are watching us from. We want to build those opportunities, break those barriers, so that we have market access for SMEs. So once again, asanteni sana, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. Aha. So ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to kick off, we're good with the sound? Get to know their names. Yeah, in twos, be in twos. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. Now get your phones, 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 get your phones. Be in twos, be in twos, get your phones. So what we're going to do, once you've marked their names, search it via Google and find out what the internet says about them. Oh yeah, go ahead. So get to know her name, search it via Google. So if her name is, your name is Grace, yeah. So Grace, search both her names. So find out what Google says about them. Somebody who has found something, we want to hear this. And if you're joining us online as well, maybe it's time for you to search your name as well. You found something? Somebody who has found something? Go ahead, just put up your hand. You found something? Okay. Are we able to capture this end of the technical team? Are we able to capture this? Okay. So read for us. What did you find out about him?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Wamaiza, and my immediate colleague here is Jack Okumu. He's a consultant general and laparoscopic surgeon at Aga Khan. I found him in LinkedIn. He has worked with several people, and I am seeing he has a lot of people he has connected with. Yes.
So you could have judged him based on how he's dressed?
Yes.
Wow. Give it up for Christine. Thank you so much, Jack. Good. Find out. Something you found out? Something you found out? Somebody else? What have you found out?
Yeah, something interesting. Dr. Sipa Owich, Associate Director, Women and Youth Banking, Retail and Consumer Banking Expert, Strategic Leadership, Board Member, Policy Analysis, Financial Inclusion, Change Agent, Equity Bank Limited. Thank you.
Did you know that? Fantastic. What's your name, sir?
Atesh. Yes.
He's in graphics. He's actually from Nakuru. I'm not in Maizia, but that's great. So it's into graphic and design studios, operating one of the best photo studios in Nakuru. So today I'll have a beautiful photo from him.
Wow, makofi out for that. Somebody else, you found out something. Oh, fantastic. Let's go.
My name is Winnie. I was looking at Sikiburi, Kijani Eco Solutions Limited. She produces toilet paper, serviettes, and paper hygiene products. She's an experienced laboratory specialist who has demonstrated history of working in the toilet industry.
I was just checking on Gerald Sylvester. He's a medical practitioner, currently training in anesthesiology. He also has patients care. He's a pediatrician, a gynecologist, and a surgeon. At Cottage Hospital.
My name is Samuel Jerome. I have a friend here. Munira R. Salim from Mombasa, founder Dean, D-E-E-N, Business Skills Trainer, Sustainability and Circular Economy Champion, empowering women, youth, and businesses for transformation growth. You can imagine.
Well, did you know about that? About Munira? Wow. Makofi tafadhali. You may kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the idea. Please do not judge somebody based on how they are dressed or how they look. Why don't you connect with them? And this is the responsibility for all of us. Sometimes we have, actually all the time, we have to go to the people. Business is about going to the people, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Just get your phone still. Let's go to menti.com. We may need to change the code there. The code is 7665. Menti.com. This is the long route. The short one is scan the QR code. Once you do that, boom, we'll see that you'll join the conversation. But in the meantime, just go to menti.com, that's MENTI.com. Once you get there, wow, good to see you. Welcome. We appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. The code again, if we can have the code. Let's have the code so that we begin to appreciate the different organizations that are here. There we go. So, okay. So scan the QR code. We may, fantastic, thank you. Scan the QR code, or you can simply go to menti.com, that's MENTI.com. Once you get there, the code is 7665 0089. If you're joining us online, the code is 7665 0089. Once you get there, you'll see a thumbs up sign. Just click on it. Once you see that thumbs up sign, click on it. It only shows one person. Are we able to have more people joining in? Okay. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Which organization do you represent? Which organization do you represent? Just type in your organization. We want to appreciate the different organizations that are well represented here. Just type it in and submit. You just need to type and submit. Type and submit. So Kenya News Agency, OCS Group, thank you so much. Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, thank you so much. NRCF, Kenya News Agency, Ngong Road. Sylvester. Oh, Sylvester is from a different organization. But let's find Ngong Road Children's. Where are you? Ngong Road Children. Oh, it's a whole team. It's a whole team. A big round of applause for them. Makofi out for that. Makofi out. Okay. Why do you think this particular event is important? Because you're here as a team. Man, I love this. I love oh my goodness, this is good. A big round of applause for her. The leadership. Fantastic. Tell us your name, introduce your team, and tell us your big expectation.
Okay, thank you, Johnston, for this opportunity. My name is Nancy Njehia. We are from Ngong Road Children's Foundation with my colleagues Carlen, Gabriela, and Philip. Actually, Gabriela and Philip are part of the youth that we work with in entrepreneurship. So we're not here by chance. We're here to learn. We're here to interact. And we know that we'll get out with the needed information for our entrepreneurship team.
Wow.
Thank you.
Nancy, thank you so much. Many thanks. What about you? You're part of the entrepreneurship team, right? Yeah. Tell us your name again.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Karen Mora from Ngong Road Children Foundation. I'm also part of the entrepreneurship.
Mm-hmm. Expectation?
First, when we started, I saw that you introduced some people to say something about themselves. So I think I'm looking forward to learn more about this and how I'll present maybe my business and maybe the group business and the youth group business. Thank you so much.
Karen, you're ready for that? You're ready to present something about your business in 1 minute?
No, I'm not ready by now, but
come on. Okay, we'll come back. Just formulate it, because I'll be coming back.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabriela and I'm in the entrepreneurship program at Ngong Road Children's Foundation. Yeah, and I'm here to learn and maybe get some knowledge about starting and managing a business. Yeah, I don't have a business as for now. Thank you.
Okay, my coffee for Gabriela. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Philip Malete Mwangi. I'm an associate at Ngong Road Student Association. I'm a student, still a beneficiary of Ngong Road that deals with educating youth. Being a student, I'm ready to start my own business. Actually, what we are looking for it is the kit that we are going to be funded and we are going to start our own business. My line in business, I will be working under water packaging. That is what I'm really looking forward. So today,
Philip,
is a new
water packaging, what do you mean?
Water packaging. Actually, I'm located at Kawangware, so we are dealing with water. We know the scarcity of water, and how sure are you that the water that you are taking, it is safe? We are looking for, there is outbreak of diseases. Now I'm just going to curb in and to help people access clean and affordable water in Kawangware. Thank you, each and everyone.
Well done. A big round of applause for Philip. Thank you so much. Okay. Do you have pictures of what you've done so far in terms of water packaging?
As for now, I'm a student.
You're just a student.
It is a business plan.
It's a business plan.
But I'm ready to implement it. Once I get the funding, that is what I'm looking for. So here I'm just going to look for new connections.
Looking for new connections.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there is a person who is doing the same line of work, water packaging, we can just associate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much, Philip. Gabriela, Karen, Nancy, thank you so much. Really appreciate for sharing. Let's find out a couple of companies, organizations well represented here. Let's have it on the screen, just to appreciate. Harrison, karibu sana. Not Harry. What's your name, sir?
Peter.
Peter. No, talk to us, Peter. Come on. Peter, No, it's okay. Peter, talk to us.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to see you all, looking lovely. I hope it's not that cold. And I hope he's keeping you good company. Easy. A round of applause for him. You guys are too polite. I'll hand it over back to you.
Peter, the Rock. Makofi yake tafadhali. Well done. Love that. Did you see that? Peter was coming in, didn't know that I was going to pick on him, and he spoke. Will you remember Peter? So from this moment, I want you to sit in a way that if you're picked, you mean business. The way you will stand, the way you will do things mean business. Daktari, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Fantastic. Thank you. Let's look at some of the organizations. Via Menti, just to appreciate the different organizations that are here. And those joining us online, please let us also know where you're joining us from. You can still write, the county that you represent so that we appreciate where you're joining us from. But at the same time, we want to find out about your organization. All right. Hey! Wow! This is good. CIC, Micro Insurance, Trade Smart Consult. Shofko mkwapa. Shofko mkwapi. Shofko. Hebu tuone mkono tena. Wow. Asante. Are we able to focus on her? Focus on her. Are we able to get a camera to focus on her? Is it possible? Shofko. What does Shofko mean? What do you do?
Good morning. My name is Sheila. I come from Kibera. We deal with Shofko. Our organization started for our time being. We are taking some girls to make bags, beading. We are doing beading, tailoring, making, cooking, and even selling some of the bags that you will get them outside our tents. So you are all welcome, and God bless you.
God bless. Your name again?
Sheila.
Sheila, makofi yake Sheila. Sasa mimi na Sheila.
Yeah.
Sheila.
Yes, ma'am.
Shofko.
Yeah.
You have a lot of things you're doing.
Yeah.
Sasa mimi naona your is it called a cape? Imeandikwa jina pale. What's the name? Imeandikwa nini?
Shining.
Eh?
Shining hope.
Hapa kwenye hiyo imeandikwa nini? Don't mind though.
Sijui, sijaangalia, nimepewa tu.
Sasa next conference tunataka umeandika Shofko, sio?
Haya, sawa.
Na jina?
Sheila.
Sheila. Ama andika pia Sheila. Ama vipi? Is it possible? Who does that? Is somebody into branding? Is there somebody into branding here? Your name Christine? Yeah, Christine. Is it possible to help her get that? How much is it? How much is it to get a cape like that with her name Sheila?
Branded, it's embroidery, it's going to be 4,000 shillings.
Okay.
It's the normal, the sticker one, it's going to be 700 shillings.
Okay, which one do you want? Sticker or
Any.
Ni gani kuna mbili? Huh. Uh-huh.
Ya machine.
Unataka ya machine? Sheila unasema ni ngapi? How much is it? 1,000 bob. What's the till number?
Oh.
Nataka umtengeze. And how long does it take? Sheila, kesho kuja na cape imeandikwa jina lako.
Sawa, asante.
Sawa sawa?
Yeah.
Christine, please make it happen. Please make it. That's real business. And if any other person who Christine, that's business. What we will see tomorrow. Boom. There you go. Get me the till number to Makofia Sheila.
Thank you.
Well done, well done, well done, Sheila. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to make sure that we build opportunities. Break barriers. Munira is here all the way from Mombasa, is it? Break those barriers so that we have market access for SMEs. Bwana Samuel. That's the spirit. So let's move on to the next question. And this is important, by the way. Type in. I may not read out your comments, but listen. It's the 21st century, the oil of the 21st century, data. We need data-driven decisions. So whatever you're posting is data. After that, we can have about 1 million ideas. Then we'll use AI, whether it's ChatGPT or whatever. Then we say, pick the top points. Now you had the top point. But if you didn't post it, we don't know it. So let's look at some of the comments coming in. Okay. And by the way, if you're joining us online, same. Just go to menti.com, menti.com, and post in your comment. All right. Let's look. What do we have? So, fantastic. Oh, wait. SIB trainer. We're none here. SIB. SIYB trainer. Trainer. What do you mean? There was a microphone there. Thank you so much, Christine. Sheila, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm an SIYB certified trainer. I train on how to empower growth mentorship. So
Mentorship?
I do that. Wow. I'm coaching.
And your name, sir?
Currently, I'm Charles Wanjoy.
Charles Wanjoy?
Yes.
Mentorship, you mean specifically?
To enable somebody to move from one level to the other in what is running the business, or even how to come up with your own business. Where do you start?
Wow, wow.
SIYB means start and improve your business. It's
Start
it's
and
an
improve your
ILO
business.
training here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makofi Abwana Charles. Start and improve your business. Fantastic. Thank you so much indeed. All right. Spa. Hey, Spa. Where is that? Spa. Spa by Zenaxia. Wow. What a name. Spa. Is it what I know, or tell us more a bit about that? Your name?
Good morning.
Did I put it off? Sorry. The mic. There.
Good morning. My name is Mercy. I'm Mercy. I run an entity called Spa by Zenazia. We are wellness, spa and wellness. So we partner with anybody who is in hospitality, standalone, corporate. That's what we do in terms of wellness. Yes.
Mercy.
Yes.
Makofi to Mercy, for Mercy. Thank you so much indeed. And by the way, also Dr. Carolyn. Dr. Carolyn is focusing on your finances. And she told us if your finances are out of order, you're also out of order. Now Mercy is telling us now your health. If it's out of order, my friend, your business is also out of order. Okay. Let's look at some of the comments coming in. Let's move on to the next question. Still on your phone. By the way, please, if it's possible, don't close that particular tab, because even tomorrow we'll be using the same platform. All right, let's move on to the next question. What are your expectations? And this is for all the speakers. All the panelists will be having some joining us online. So if you're watching this, this will be very critical so that we speak to the needs of the SMEs, so that it's not just book knowledge, a theoretical approach to business, no, but it's actually very practical and futuristic at the same time. Wewe bana, nini? What are your expectations? Rapporteuring by Edwin, okay. You have a business. It's the global market. Grace, 8 billion people, that's your market. Forget about your neighbor who is constantly checking on how they can bring you down. Don't consider the person who is next door who is trying to compete with you. You have a global audience. So how do we build those opportunities and break barriers? But before that, what are your expectations? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is good. To gain more knowledge on MSMEs and how to navigate the market, network with other players in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Thank you so much. Keep them coming. And this is very critical, especially for our speakers and panelists. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We appreciate you. Insights from the panelists. I expect to learn more about how to start and run a successful business, to network, to learn. Looking forward to a 2 days informative and insightful conference on SMEs. Learn and network to help one another grow to the other level together. Okay. business network. I'm expecting to get new business. I love that. Helping build a call to action. Learn more about business and how to expand it. How to break barriers on marketing, especially digital market. Networking and interacting with others. Okay. Celebrate excellence, acknowledge and honor the hard work and achievements of outstanding. Munira, thank you so much. Network with like-minded organizations from Gong Road Children's Foundation programs, that is education, sponsorship, internship and job opportunities, capital ventures for small businesses and mentors, to sell and find new market for popped sorghum and millet. Who is that? Very specific, not very general. Who is that as we prepare? Come. Makofi yake tafadhali. So this is the blue carpet. Karanja had the red carpet opportunity, but it's okay. Oh, and you're dressed in blue as well. Okay. In 1 minute, tell us about, and you're ready. This is it. Talk to us in 1 minute.
So I'm Dora Mumanyi. I'm the founder of iPop Africa, where we try to ensure people snack healthy. And we're making popped snacks from sorghum and millet. These are our traditional grains that are forgotten, that are often available in ways we don't like them, ugali or porridge, but now they are popped into a snack, ready to eat, laced with honey, cinnamon, ginger, how we like it. And you can eat it as a snack or a breakfast cereal.
Well, a big round of applause. Ms. Momanyi, thank you so much. And you used only 30 seconds. Fantastic. Makofi yake tafadhali. So you need that at the exhibition spot. Fantastic. So during the breaks, please don't miss out on that. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to kick off. Paris, are you here? Paris? All right. So thank you so much. If you could kindly confirm whether Paris is around, because we really want to kick off. I can see already our guests are here. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. And we have a very loaded program, by the way. So we want to make sure that we utilize every time. Now, for all the speakers, kindly note, because of the nature of the time we have, would kindly request, we may not give you the full time according to the program. Please bear with us so that we can work with the time we have, because we also want to engage the audience in a big way in getting their questions and comments. But as we wrap that up, to take technology and businesses to the next level, and please learn from Momanyi. Don't be general. Don't be general. Don't make general statements. It's just good. But we want this with precision. With precision. I'm here because I want to create businesses for my millet. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's okay. There you go, there you go. Welcome. Learn more about the businesses run by youth, young people 18 to 35. Thank you so much. To help build a call to action. Let's go down a bit. Let's go down a bit. Exchange ideas and end up with a positive mindset through networking to learn and interact with businesses like-minded. Down, 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 down. Challenged Network of Kenya is an organization that offers accessible communication services for persons with disabilities. Challenge Network, where are you? Challenge Network. Challenge Network, who wrote that particular? By the way, a big round of applause to the sign language interpreters. Big round of applause. Now, I don't know about this, but oh, so you don't clap, you do this. Fantastic. Kiburi, fantastic. We really appreciate it. Please confirm this. Somebody told me when where's the sign language the screen? Do we have it? Anyways, please confirm that. Somebody told me if I'm watching television and I am living with a disability and I need language interpretation and it's on a small box, it's as though I'm trying to listen but I can't hear. Is that so? Because it's so tiny. Is that?
That is true. That is true because the visibility of the caption for sign language should be clear and visible. So when it's small, you will strain to see.
What's your challenge to
My challenge to everyone is that everyone should be inclusive, no matter your spaces. Our page, Challenge Network of Kenya, you can learn sign language and accessible communication formats. So you can open and subscribe. Irene Bundi. And we also deal with people who are both deaf and blind, blind and deaf.
Big round of applause for Irene. Thank you so much. Really want to appreciate all of you for being here. We celebrate you. Paris, please let me know. We're ready to kick off. We can kick off right now. Thank you so much. As I told you, we're under instructions, and that's how life is. It's systems, structures. It's not just one person making decisions, no. That's why we're creating this particular moment where we can connect as entrepreneurs, and this particular session, the voice of the private sector. Why don't we give a big round of applause for Kepsa for bringing us all together and all the partners. We celebrate you so that all our voices can be heard. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off. If we can have all of us stand, let's just have the screen ready. Let us be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. Thank you so much. Volume, please. Powerful prayers. Give some 5 people a big high five and tell them, welcome. It's the second. Come on, come on, come on. Let's do it. 5 people, give them a big high five. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome. Welcome to the second Kepsa Annual SME Conference. Fantastic. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. You may kindly take your seats. Asanteni sana, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. Karibu sana, karibuni, karibuni, karibuni. Well done, well done. We appreciate all of you. Welcome, 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 welcome. Ready to kick off, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to engage, get ready to network. Asante sana. You're joining us online. We want to appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. Take note of the YouTube chat box there. Post your comments. We'll also be glad to capture them as we start off. Ladies and gentlemen, just to appreciate our program, let's have the screen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Bridging opportunities, breaking barriers. Big round of applause for Kepsa once again, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Want to appreciate Cabinet Secretary, government well represented. Thank you so much. Oh, Managing Director, Equity Bank is already here. Big round of applause for Moses. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. Brenda Mbadi, a big round of applause for her. Thank you so much. We also want to appreciate Henry Ridha. Makofi tafadhali. Aha. Council of Governors, we want to appreciate your presence. International Finance Corporation joining us online as well. Thank you so much indeed. Kepsa Board, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Of course, KICD, makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Kebs, Bwana Kabue, karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Ronald's LLP, thank you so much. We have a powerful panel discussion that will be coming later on. And definitely key speakers. Michael, nilikuona, karibu sana. Then we'll have breakout sessions in the afternoon. So, loaded program, loaded program. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to kick off. KICD, are we ready? KICD? Paris, just want to confirm that KICD is well represented. But as we confirm that, this is our country, ladies and gentlemen. The flag speaks of a hope people had, of a destiny that we all have, of a generation that is yet to come. And those who are presently alive have a responsibility to keep that flag flying long after we are gone. Our businesses will keep this country flourishing. And that's why we're here today, ladies and gentlemen. Regardless of what's happening in the country, we're saying we still have to move on, build a foundation for a generation that we will never see with our own eyes. But at least they will taste the hard work, the perseverance, the innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, as we engage today, I challenge every one of you to imagine there is a seat next to you. And somebody is seated there. It's the future generation that you will never see. So with every comment, every question, think of that generation, Sylvia. There's somebody you will never see seated next to you. Listen for them. Listen for them. Speak for them. So we're ready, we're ready, we're ready. And since we're here at KICD, we are ready so that we are welcomed officially. KICD, get ready. Get ready, KICD. KICD, please welcome. And to speak to us, this is in honor. Please, let's appreciate.
He is a distinguished scholar and curriculum expert with over 3 decades of experience in teacher education and educational research. A prolific author, mentor, and international thought leader, he has championed transformative reforms in curriculum, pedagogy, and academic excellence across Kenya and Africa. Please welcome the Director and CEO of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD, Professor Charles Ochieng Ongondo.
On his behalf, a big round of applause for Dr. Jacqueline Onyango. Karibu sana, please. Makofi yake tafadhali.
All our guests today, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Onyango. I'm the Senior Deputy Director in charge of Basic Education Curriculum. And I would like to warmly welcome you to the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. I'm doing this on behalf of my CEO, Professor Charles Ochieng Ongondo, who is away on assignment. And just as I welcome you, to remind us that we are the hub of education. We are tasked with ensuring that this country has a robust and relevant curriculum, and that is why we are leading the competency-based education by providing a competency-based curriculum. So kindly feel most welcome. I do not want to take any more of your time than has been assigned to me. We have a large team of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development staff who are running the restaurant area. If you need any assistance, please feel free to be able to speak to them and they will guide you. I am not going to stay in with you because another team is coming in, but I'm within the institute, and any further assistance you require from me, you'll be able to get it. Karibuni sana KICD. Asante.
Asante sana, Dr. Jacqueline. Many thanks for the welcome. Let's have the screen as we welcome our next speaker. The screens, please. The screen. Up next, ladies and gentlemen.
She is a dynamic social entrepreneur and champion for women in manufacturing. As an environmental ambassador and advocate for skills development and decent jobs, she is driving inclusive growth and sustainable impact across Kenya's private sector. Please welcome the Director of SMEs and Gender at the Kepsa Board, Meringeshu.
Makofi yake tafadhali.
Good morning, good morning. Expecting our chief guest, the secretary, the cabinet secretary for SME, the team is here. The principal secretary, also expecting the team from them. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Moses Okoth, Managing Director, Equity Bank, Kenya. Our Kepsa Vice Chair, Brenda Bathi. Representation from Council of Governors. A representative also from Micro Small Enterprise Authority. And also a representative from the Country Manager, International Finance Corporation. Our development partners, the private sector leaders, captains of industry, financial institution, exhibitors, SME champions, and my fellow entrepreneurs. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this second annual SME conference, award and exhibition, held here at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. We are delighted to host a vibrant gathering of entrepreneurs, private sector leaders, government agencies, development partners, and ecosystem enablers, all united by one goal: to unlock the market access for the Kenya SMEs. For those interacting with us for the first time, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance is an apex body for the private sectors in Kenya, bringing together business association, chambers of commerce, corporate bodies, and SMEs to engage with the government and other stakeholders in public policy and economic development. Kepsa exists to ensure a vibrant, globally competitive private sector that drives Kenya inclusive growth and transformation. This year, our theme, Bridging Opportunities and Breaking Barriers on Market Access for SMEs, speaks to the heart of the Kenyan entrepreneurs. SMEs are backbone of our economy, yet they face significant hurdles in accessing market, locally, regionally, and globally. Over the next 2 days, this conference will provide a platform for deep dialogue, practical learning, strategic connections to support SMEs growth across the country. We have just concluded the Entrepreneurs Spotlight Opportunity Arena. When we walked in, we saw SME pitching and giving us the story of their products and their businesses. As we look ahead to the rest of the day, and indeed tomorrow, I encourage you to stay tuned to some very insightful and action-oriented sessions. One of today's key highlights will be as an insight shared by ecosystem enablers, focusing on the private sector strategies, public sector interventions, and the contributions of development partners in unlocking market access for the SME. We'll also dive into the policy and trade through robust panel on expanding markets, opportunities, and strengthening linkages for the SME, where we'll hear from the policymakers, the negotiators, the entrepreneurs, and trade experts, discussing how frameworks like the Africa Free Continental Trade, the East Africa Trade Agreements, we can leverage on them to unlock the market across borders for the SMEs. I want to make a special appeal to all of you to stay tuned and actively participate in these afternoon breakout sessions, which will provide deep practical insights on key issues facing the SME sector. One of the breakout sessions will be around gender-focused dialogue on gender-inclusive business practices for market growth, and that will be hosted by the International Finance Corporation, IFC. This session will unpack financing and procurement solutions tailored for women-led SMEs and explore how inclusive business strategies can drive competitiveness and equity to enterprise development. The second breakout session will explore financing, market opportunities, bringing together voices from investors, fintech leaders, and development finance institutions to share real-world strategies that unlock capital and scaling SME growth, both locally and beyond the borders. These sessions go beyond theory. They are designed to equip you with actionable insights, new contacts, and pathway to opportunity. Whether you are a policy maker, an entrepreneur, an investor, or a supporting institution, there is immense value to be gained from this conversation. So please plan to stay with us through the afternoon. Engage our panelists and continue networking with the fellow change makers. Tomorrow, we'll step into a digital age with a power-packed panel in driving digital inclusion for the SMEs, for the MSMEs through e-commerce, digital trade, and social platform. With thought leaders sharing how digital platforms are transforming entrepreneurship in Kenya and beyond. We will also delve into how markets, intelligence, and data can be leveraged to enhance market access for the MSMEs through a fireside chat with thought leaders. These sessions are not just about discussions. They are about generating ideas, forging partnership, and co-creating solutions that will move the SMEs forward. On the other highlights, one of the highlights for tomorrow will be SME Innovation and Enablers Award ceremony. This special session is designed to celebrate and spotlight SMEs that are leading through innovation and to recognize the enablers such as financiers, policymakers, and ecosystem builders who are investing in the ingenuity and resilience that define the SME sector. Looking forward, Kepsa remains committed to supporting the SMEs through continuous advocacy, capacity building, initiatives, and fostering a conducive business environment. We encourage you to stay connected with Kepsa. We cannot be able to do what we are doing without you. So I encourage you, if you have not joined Kepsa, you join Kepsa. We have our team around. They can help you through the registration. I urge all of us to embrace opportunities presented during this conference. Let us work together to unlock the full potential of our SME, driving forward the economic growth and the innovation that our nation so richly deserve. In this regard, I urge you to visit our business clinic section, where we have experts on the following 7 thematic areas. We have experts in the financing opportunities, tax and compliance, registration, formalization and licensing, standardization, enterprise development and capacity building, innovation, research and industrial development, public procurement, market readiness, compliance, and contracting opportunities. Before I close, I urge all of us to visit the exhibition booths. Let us show support for our incredible Kenyan SMEs who have taken time to showcase their products and their services. Your engagement could be a start of a new partnership or an opportunity that helps a small business to grow. As I wrap up, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the partners and the stakeholders who have contributed to making this conference possible. This includes our strategic partners, MasterCard Foundation through the Jinue Growth Program. We also are honored to recognize the key partners who have played a pivotal role in making this conference possible. Our platinum partners, Equity Bank, Kenya, other partners including the International Finance Corporation, GIZ, Safaricom, Ronald's LLP, the CIC Group, Ajira Digital, Twede Digital, Light of the World, Shofco, True Labs, and the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, among others who have supported this collaboration. I then encourage you to be fully present, participate actively, network intentionally, and engage with both the sessions and the people around you. Leave this conference not just inspired, but equipped with new ideas, meaningful partnership, and clear pathway to growth. Let's make the 2 days a turning point in how we approach SME development, who remain the backbone of our economy. Thank you for your participation. I look forward to a day filled with fruitful discussion and meaningful collaboration. And with that, I will officially welcome you to this 2025 SME conference. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much indeed for that. I love that. Stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. Camera, I'm here. Absolutely. If you're able to capture me, because we are with the SMEs and we want to give them the opportunity to engage. Stay tuned, actively participate. We'll be having actionable insights, and I loved this, forging partnerships and co-creating solutions. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we want to cross borders, beyond borders with saying private sector strategies for regional integration, value chain development, and cross-border investment. Ladies and gentlemen joining us online, please a big round of applause for Senior Operations Manager, International Finance Corporation, Bwana Evans Kamau. Talk to us. Makofi yake tafadhali. Welcome.
apologies for not being able to join you physically today. It is my honor and privilege to deliver opening remarks at this important event on behalf of IFC. We are here to explore how we can create opportunities and break barriers on market access for SMEs, which, as we know, are essential drivers of economic growth and job creation. The topic is especially important to IFC because we dedicate so much of our funding and our efforts towards supporting entrepreneurs and smaller businesses here in Kenya, across Africa, and in emerging markets globally. But how can we best boost these businesses, and how can we bridge together both the public and the private sector working towards the same goals? First, supporting SMEs to flourish within their home markets and across borders often begins with the creation of a conducive investment climate, one that makes it easier for business to expand, hire new employees, and enter into new markets. Kenya is a good example of a country that is already doing this. Kenya's National Vision 2030 is a transformative blueprint that seeks to empower SMEs by providing them with the necessary tools to thrive in a competitive market. The vision emphasizes the importance of capacity building for SMEs, developing appropriate financial services, setting up one-stop shops across the country to provide business advisory services, equity capital, asset and working capital finance, and grants to support enterprise growth and sustainability. Kenya is also incorporating digital business models in its legal framework, which are helping SMEs access regional and global markets. Goods exports increased by 15% in 2024, driven by agricultural commodities. However, despite these positive and encouraging steps, Kenyan businesses still face challenges regarding the regulatory environment, accessing finance, markets, and value chains, as well as skills development support. Regional macro integration issues such as improvement in trade, immigration, tariffs, and infrastructure also limit SMEs' ability to fully benefit from regional integration and cross-border investments. What must be addressed? The good news is that through strategic partnerships and impactful investments, we can bridge gaps, reduce trade barriers, and foster an environment that will attract both domestic and international investments. In Kenya and East Africa, the private sector associations such as Kepsa and the East African Business Council are doing an excellent work to support enabling environment reforms, capacity building, and support for policy dialogues. Over the years, IFC has supported trade facilitation in the region, including customs reforms. IFC is proud to have supported the implementation of one-stop border post to improve efficiency of East Africa community regional trade. This initiative has significantly reduced border crossing times, facilitating faster movement of goods and people across borders. Also, the support to establish Kenya Trade Net System, a national electronic symbol window for trade promotion, has contributed to simplify business procedures and reduce wait times for imports and exports for businesses involved in international trade. IFC support to value chain development through supply chain integration has enabled businesses to fully integrate into regional and global markets, improve their competitiveness, and actually expand linkages to small and medium enterprises. These are just two examples of how we can create the conditions and opportunities for SMEs to flourish. It is not rocket science, but the power of SMEs can have an equally dramatic effect on job creation, economic activity, and regional integration. The work, of course, not done. IFC is partnering with many of you here to support private sector development. And over the next 2 days, we look forward to hearing new ideas and forging new partnerships. Please enjoy the panel discussion and private discussions engaging at this event. We look forward to working closely with you to unlock the potential of these enterprises, drive economic growth, and create a more inclusive and prosperous future for all. Thank you very much, and all the best as we wait in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. Bwana Evans, we appreciate, and I love that. Strategic partnerships and impactful investments. And definitely, FC will be here. Later on, they'll be having a breakout session later on. Okay. Thank you so much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for our next speaker.
She is a seasoned governance professional with over 20 years of leadership experience in both public and private sectors. Passionate about devolution and social impact, she has championed inclusive development, women empowerment, and county-level transformation through strategic leadership, board service, and grassroots initiatives. Please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Council of Governors, Mary Mwiti.
Well represented by Bwana Kizito Wangalwa. Makofi yake tafadhali. Please welcome.
Good morning. First of all, I must convey very sincere apologies of the CEO of the Council of Governors, Madam Mary Mwiti, who would have loved to be here. She asked me to come and convey her apologies and also convey her message to you. The chief guest, in anticipation of the presence of our Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, the Principal Secretaries, the Chair, Board and CEO of Kepsa, the CEOs who are present here, members and CEOs of the private sector entities, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join you this morning for the Kepsa SME conference. The SMEs are the engine of our country's economy, rapidly following up on our mainstay agriculture and making a huge contribution to our GDP. As we reflect upon the topic that we had, unlocking market access, government pathway for local enterprises, I really want us to reflect on a couple of things. What is the role of government? It is easy to say that the government needs to create an enabling environment to deepen entrepreneurship and an innovation culture. But while at it, allow me to reflect on a couple of things. At the national level, how many actors of the state do we have that are involved with small and micro enterprises? I can pull out a State Department for MSMEs, State Department for Investment, State Department for Cooperatives, State Department for Youth, State Department for Fisheries and Blue Economy, State Department for ICT and Digital Economy, State Department, and it's on and on and on, including the National Treasury. Add this to the very many semi-autonomous government agencies. Bring in the county governments, then you are almost causing a paralysis to the SMEs. We have a lot of government involved in MSMEs. Are we coordinated? Maybe I'll halt here briefly to allow the MC acknowledge the presence of the chief guest. Mr. MC?
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our chief guest who has arrived. Asante Sana, Bwana Cabinet Secretary, we celebrate your presence. Thank you so much. Cabinet Secretary, Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Honorable FCPA Wycliffe Oparanya. Over to you once again.
Thank you. I will push back just a paragraph in my statement. You know, the multiplicity of actors at national level dealing with the micro and small enterprises. What we need, therefore, even before we talk about unlocking the markets, we really need to organize our house as government so that the SMEs have an environment that is predictable and therefore conducive for them to thrive. The county governments have picked up a couple of things to do. For example, a majority of the county governments have established dedicated funds to support SMEs, youth and women-owned enterprises. They continue to invest in critical infrastructure, including markets and trading sheds. Currently, there is a robust program of the establishment of county aggregation and industrial parks that are meant to provide an integrated infrastructure for the services that the MSMEs can use, including local manufacturing, agro-processing, and generally for enterprise growth and logistics. County governments are also investing in streamlining and digitizing business licensing opportunities and processes. A majority of the counties now have formally digitized their single business permit framework, which then the micro and small enterprises can utilize. However, as we continue to do this, we hear the ongoing cry on the multiplicity of licenses, fees, and charges that the SMEs are confronted with on a day-to-day basis. And recognizing this, the Council of Governors, in collaboration with other state agencies, are finalizing the regulations to operationalize the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Act, which was enacted last year. This will help harmonize the licensing regime that the micro and small enterprises are confronted with. In this regard, in addition to the KIPES I have mentioned, we still have opportunities in the EPZs and the special economic zones that are established around the country. In addition, we want to urge the private sector in this country. When we hear about the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, we always think about external injection of resources from outside the country. You are here, lodge onto that framework of PPPs and offer some of the public services through the PPP framework. In conclusion, therefore, I want to also send an invite to all of us that as we continue these conversations, next month, no, the month after, in August, all roads will be leading to Homa Bay for the Devolution Conference with a theme for equity, inclusion, and social justice. Indeed, the private sector cannot be left behind in this conversation. We affirm the commitment of the Council of Governors to enabling the creation and recreation of an environment for the MSMEs to thrive. I thank you.
Beautiful round of applause once again. Thank you so much indeed. Representing the Council of Governors, we appreciate you. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to once again celebrate our Cabinet Secretary, Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Honorable FCPA Wycliffe Opadanya. Makofi yake tafadhali. And I'd kindly request that we be upstanding for our Kenya National Anthem. It's a powerful prayer, a commitment from our founding fathers and mothers as we move forward. The Kenya National Anthem. You may kindly take your seats. That flag must always rise. And every one of us must always put our best feet forward. We are the builders. Mjenga nchi ni mwananchi, sio? Na mvunja nchi nani pia? Ni mwananchi pia. But we are here to build, to grow. And so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You've been told this is your event. And as we discuss, we're looking at actionable insights. We're looking at strategic partnerships and impactful investments, creating a predictable and conducive environment for SMEs to thrive. We have a vision, not only Kenya, but as Africa. 2063, those who will be alive, what stories will we tell that generation? So this is a turning point, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here to celebrate all of you, building opportunities and breaking barriers so that we can create market access for SMEs. So get ready to learn, get ready to engage. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker appreciate and receive his apologies. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, to take this conversation forward, we want to celebrate Kepsa, the voice of the private sector. To guide us through that conversation, makofi tafadhali to the Vice Chairperson and Director in Charge, Partnerships, Kepsa, Brenda Mbathi. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Honorable Oparanya, the CS for Cooperatives and MSME Development. Honorable Jacko Oburu Odinga, the Special Advisor in the Office of the President. Mr. Moses Okoth Nyambanda, the MD for Equity Bank Kenya. The representative from the Council of Governors. The representative from KICD, Jacqueline Onyango, although she has left us, Mr. Kabui from KEBS. the IFC representative, and now I can say all development partners, private sector leaders, exhibitors, the SME champions, of which you are all, and distinguished entrepreneurs. Good morning. I have to go through that whole list to make sure nobody's left out, and if you were, we say all protocols observed. So it's a real genuine pleasure to welcome you to our second Kepsa annual SME conference, as well as our awards and indeed the exhibition. Today we gather not only to foster dialogue and to advocate for policies, and that's why we have our CS here, but also to celebrate you, to celebrate the resilience, the innovation, and the unwavering spirit of Kenyan SMEs, truly the backbone of our economy. SMEs are enterprises that create jobs. They drive innovation, and they sustain communities from the grassroots ups. So this event is more than a gathering. It's a catalyst for transformation. And when SMEs thrive, Kenya as a country thrives. Since Kepsa's founding in 2003, our mission has always been clear. And you could also say we started off as an SME, small. And we have grown, and we look to create a business environment that promotes Kenya's global competitiveness by supporting growth, impact, and upliftment. We've had a journey, and we've also created impact. And indeed, in response to adversity, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, Kepsa looked to launch various innovative initiatives. We partnered with the MasterCard Foundation to provide 42 million shillings in zero-interest loans to over 100 micro and small businesses, of which 78% were led by women. We have supported over 2,600 SMEs in digital marketing through our e-commerce booster program. We're mentoring 54 businesses to access capital, and indeed 2 of those businesses have secured over Kenyan shillings 5 million to support their businesses. And we are advocating for policy reforms through the Business Laws Amendment Act, the Credit Guarantee Scheme, as we look to unlock over 6 billion Kenya shillings for SMEs. And how do we look at innovation and market access? Last year, we hosted the inaugural Kepsa SME conference. Now this year, we're on our second, and we're on this trajectory to bring together entrepreneurs, investors, and policymakers. Under the theme, Unlocking Finance and Scaling Innovations, we've showcased successful SMEs and celebrated innovation, a foundation for future growth. This year, we will recognize 18 innovative SMEs and 6 enablers, reinforcing our commitment to fostering breakthrough ideas. Beyond this recognition, we've supported over 500 SMEs through our Market Access Initiative, increasing revenue and expanding export capacity. Our partnerships have enabled SMEs to access markets globally as well as locally, and over 46 of our SMEs are ready for global trade. Most importantly, how do we look at financial inclusion and capacity building? We do this through our Genuine Growth Program. We've supported over 12,800 enterprises with more than 321 million shillings in financing. We have a newly launched MSMEs Financing Gateway to connect over 1,700 SMEs to 99 financial institutions and 174 service providers. And you'll hear from a financial institution later. We've also empowered entrepreneurs through 40 training sessions across Kenya, through management tours and mentorship programs like Shadow a CEO in Another Company, which advance leadership amongst young women in business, And I'm also happy to see my co-director, Mary, here, because she's truly a champion for all of these initiatives and sits on our board. And for recognition and policy advocacy, our SME Excellence Awards have honored 9 SMEs and 6 ecosystem champions, incentivizing innovation in logistics, digital trade, and cross-border commerce. In policy, where have we been instrumental? And it's really key that we look at policy because this is the backbone to help us see change. From the drafts of the Micro and Small Enterprises Act to reforms in licensing, tax, and procurement processes, our advocacy continues to shape a more enabling environment for SMEs to grow and prosper. But advocacy is continuous. It doesn't stop. So please, even if there are things that you don't believe work today, look to Kepsa so we advocate so they can work for tomorrow. As a lady, I can't stand here without speaking about gender inclusion and inclusive growth. Gender equality is central to our work, and about 70% of our programs are women-focused. And initiatives like the COVID-19 recovery program and the Shadow CEO mentorship support is mainly for women entrepreneurs to lead and to innovate. We've also developed a gender mainstreaming model policy, empowering SMEs to embed gender considerations within their operations for sustainable, inclusive growth. So I hope all of you as SMEs look at gender inclusion. And looking ahead, our strategic focus is sharper than ever, and we have amazing leaders who are here in this room. I want to also point out Dr. Ehud, who really are looking to emphasize enterprise development through targeted programs, through strategic partnerships and proactive policymaking. We are committed to ensuring every SME, urban or rural, has access to tools, to networks, and to opportunities. And hence we have the economic advisor for this program here with us today, and he's in the office of the president. We have our CS. This shows the commitment, and this is just the beginning. Our approach is evolving. This is our second show, following last year. So we know we have more to do. We know we need to look at more innovative financing, more digital inclusion, AI, and also more inclusive procurement. And these are all programs that are on the horizon. So we as Kepsa, and remember, Kepsa is you. It's the voice of the private sector. We pledge to remain agile and responsive. We pledge to walk with you as you grow. We pledge to listen to you. And as I close, I just want to say, we have come a long way, but we're only getting started. The path forward demands bold action, collaboration, and unwavering focus. Kepsa is dedicated to supporting every small business on this journey towards inclusive growth. And to all our stakeholders present, to our sponsors, to those that we partner with on this program, I want to thank you for your partnership and most importantly for your trust. And indeed to the government for just being there with us and listening to us. Let us collectively continue to champion entrepreneurship. Let us look to transform our economy. Let us look to listen. Let us look to sustain livelihoods. And also today we're here as an SME conference, but let us also toast to the MSMEs, because tomorrow is MSME Day globally, and so we'll also recognize them. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I look forward to what we have ahead in today's program. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. SMEs, the backbone of our economy, a catalyst for transformation. When SMEs thrive, Kenya thrives. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the screens, please.
He has a wealth of leadership experience from PwC and a proven track record in finance, strategy and transformation across Africa and the UK. With his visionary leadership, Equity Bank is poised to sustain profitable growth, deepen customer value and drive innovation across its Pan-African footprint. Please welcome Managing Director of Equity Bank Kenya, Moses Okoth Nyabanda.
Makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much, MC. Honorable CS, FCPA, and I need to mention that because I'm in the same fraternity. He's my senior in the profession, so I'm very proud that CS has joined us this morning. Vice President Brenda, Mary, and all our esteemed guests. Good morning to you. Good morning once again. So I'm very proud to join you this morning to talk about a subject that's very close to our hearts, particularly for us as Equity Bank. We've grown supported purely by SMEs. And what I'll share with you today is a number of lessons that we've learned around how do we truly unlock value out of SMEs. I know Honorable CS and the ministry are working very hard from a policy perspective, but there are also a number of practical things that we keep seeing on a day-to-day, which I'd like to share, and hopefully we get to learn from that. So it's quite an honor that I get the opportunity to speak to you this morning. As I put my thoughts together for this, one of the things I was looking at was data sets. As we said this morning, SMEs are backbone to the economy. Over 90% of businesses are either SMEs or MSMEs. Or when you look at job creation, the majority of it will come again from the same profile. But I think CS, what caught my eye was actually the contribution of GDP. So if 90% of businesses are MSME or SMEs, then what's GDP's contribution? Because you expect a correlation. And I think that's what our discussion should be focused on today. The data set that I've seen, CS, and don't hold me to it, says it's between 35 and 40% of GDP contribution. When I compare that with OECD countries, they're all above 55%. SMEs contribute 55% of their GDP. Which means then, if we just enhance the power of what we have, then the economy of Kenya will be very different. And when I went further a bit to dig as to why are they having a higher share of GDP compared to us. When you look at the dominant sector that the SMEs play, it's manufacturing. And it now makes sense to me. As a banker, when I sit and I'm evaluating loans, if you're purely a trading business, your net profit margin will never be more than 10%. So when I do my credit scores, I know for this business, the max they'll ever made from a net profit, if you're just purely trading, would be about 10%. But manufacturing businesses can go up to 30% if you're in a niche market. So they've cracked it in terms of where then should we channel all our efforts to ensure that our economy does get transformed. And a couple of policy initiatives before I even go deeper. So if you look at a number of them, quite robust around areas like vocational training, something that we were quite strong on, and Honorable CS would know earlier on. They are very robust startup policies as well that to drive them to get into manufacturing. And when you look at the national policies, including things like innovation funds to start businesses, are quite strong. And that, I think, is part of the discussion we should have with ourselves as we run this 2-day conference, to look at then how do we get to harness that? How do we get government, again, to support? And it's something that the CS has been doing and will continue to do. So let's reflect a bit around then, how do you transform yourself from a trading business into one that adds value? And we've thought through this, Honorable CS, as Equity Group, to say, as Africa and in Kenya, we are quite endowed with raw materials. So if you look at agriculture, and I could pick at one of them, if we just rear cattle alone, you can produce very good beef. You can even enhance that beef. But the best you'll ever sell a kilo of beef, and this is beef that high-grade beef, would be about 3,000 shillings a kg. That's the best value beef in Kenya. Yeah. But if you work on the hides and skins and manufacture that hide, process it, and convert that to a bag closer to what Brenda is carrying today, you'll be able to earn at least $2,000. For a hide of a cow, you can produce 10 bags. For us, we'll keep the cattle, and at best we'll get 3,000 per kg, shillings. If you produce a high-quality bag, you'll get at least $2,000. And one cow can produce for you 10 bags. So that's the power of manufacturing. And I'd want to challenge all of us to start thinking through, then how do we unlock and transform this value? Because that's the ticket. All the noises we have as a society is around, I guess, unlocking value. If we truly unlock that value, there'll be very little noise around for us as a community and as a society. So I think we need to challenge ourselves around then, how do we get this going? And I captured a few thoughts around some of the things that we've learned as a bank as we've worked with a number of SMEs. So access to credit is good. As Equity, we are very good at it. We've lent up to about 150 billion of my current balance sheet is to SMEs. So we've done that, but that's not sufficient. Because we need to look at this thing from a holistic base. So you'll get money, but what do you do with that money? And I did pick a few pointers even from Brenda's speech. How do we capacity build you so that you're quickly able to transform and operate at the highest level possible? Right now in Kenya, we are in a place where we should be leapfrogging a number of things that we do. So we don't need to go through the whole cycle. So how then do we sit and capacity build and ensure that you're able to go and produce at the highest level in the world so that we are competitive globally? So our capacity building should also have a twist as to how we think of it and ensure that we do benchmark at the highest level. That should then quickly combine with access to global markets. And this should just not be talk. And I'll give you a few examples of what it is that we've done as Equity Bank. We started in a very small way by taking a number of SMEs to the DRC market. Right now, we've had over 20 trade missions to the DRC market. Do you know what value it has unlocked? So traditionally, Uganda is Kenya's biggest trading partner. But do you know the highest growth trading partner is now DRC? So we've practically unlocked a new market. And DRC is a virgin market. There are many virgin markets in Africa, if you compare with what it is that we do as Kenya. We can use the power of Africa Continental Free Trade Area to unlock that, but we have to be practical in how we do it. So when we did it in DRC, what did we do? We worked with our colleagues in DRC and said, could you map up for us the businesses that you do have? What are the gaps do you have? Then we came to our Kenyan customers and asked them the same question. What business are you doing? Where are you looking to expand? And we were able to find matches across that. And we've continued to do that. As Equity, we no longer now need to do that. We need to find another market because we've done it for DRC. And we can ensure that then everyone has access. But you can only have access if you do have quality products. If you have inferior products, that math doesn't work. So where I started, let's think of how do we improve quality of what it is that we do, then follow through with market access, and that follows. But it then needs to even be broader than that. As I said, it's not just access to credit that counts. So we need to think through the other bits around finance, around how do you insure, how do you digitize your businesses so that when it comes to you trading, it's much easier for you. And we're quite happy to hold your hand to do that. I think the other bit that I've seen a number of our businesses struggle with is formalizing it. And you'll never be able to scale up or transcend your border or even your county if you don't formalize your business. And formalization takes many things. Starts with you internally. How have you organized your business? Even if you're the sole shareholder, do you operate it in a formal way? Do you keep your transactions in a formal way? Do you have governance and policies that are formal? That's the only way that you'll find yourself in a position where you can scale up. If you don't formalize, either out of fear or out of not knowing, you'll forever remain an SME. We have classical cases as a bank, and I keep getting surprised as I get to meet a number of these customers. One of our customers, the first borrowing they ever did was for 20,000 Kenya shillings. That customer now borrows, the average loan balance is about 4.7 billion in a span of 15 years. First borrowing was 20,000. Now they borrow 4.7. What do? The first thing is that they formalized. It was a family business. She sat through and said, for me to scale, I'll never have sufficient capacity just as an individual. So he brought a number of family members into it, formalized the structure. How does the board operate? How do we govern? How does money move through? It got to a point the business was growing so fast, they needed independent minds. They've brought in independent directors. they've brought in independent equity. They're at a place where they are now a large corporate. They are no longer an SME. From 20,000, 15 years ago, to 4.7. Let's work around getting our business formal and operate it formally. Separate business from your personal affairs. That's the ticket to it. When I come to appraise you as a bank, if you're an SME, that's the first thing I look at. Can I see separation between how it is you run your business? Is there too much commingling with what you do as a person? We love businesses that are digitized, because I'm able to get data. And that data not only helps me to give you a loan or a credit, but it helps me hold your hand. Because the discussion I would want to have with you and my team is not only around your current need, but where are you going and where is the journey? That makes a lot of sense if you're able to pull for me statistics and say, I generally sell to this type of people at this time of the day or time of the night. With that, then we can have conversations around, we've seen a similar business like you doing it ABCD way. But if you don't have that data set, I'm operating on the blind. And that conversation cannot be pointed. So, SMEs in the room, think through, how do I get and set up as many data points in my business as possible? It's not only useful for you when you're looking at how do you scale and expand, but it's useful to all your stakeholders. Remember this case of the 20,000 shilling borrower. If she didn't have data, it becomes very hard for others to invest in her and scale her. She did it because she had data. It was at a time when we probably hadn't digitized. Now we have the opportunity to fully digitize how it is we run our businesses. We have a great opportunity, and I said as Kenya we need to be leapfrogging. Sustainability, climate-friendly, adaptability should be part of your normal lingo. As you think through your business, a business is much more attractive for me first as a financial institution, for your customers, for all your stakeholders, if you have tenants around, how are you running it sustainably? Is it friendly to the society and what it is that we do? We now have a much aware base of people that we deal with. But also, the biggest trick, you can tell a very good story when you're packaging yourself, when you have ESG as part of your theme. So think through, and ESG is not complex. Even if you just think of sustainability, of how it is that your business runs. I use solar. I use natural material. I employ local labor force. Think through and package that story, because it drives a very good narrative as you look to scale your business. I'll end by policy and ecosystem, and we have the privilege of having the CS with us. When we listened to the last bit of the Representative Council of Governors, CS, there's still need for simplification. And I operate 217 branches spread across the country. The noise is the same. It's too difficult to get through some hurdles. So the easier we simplify those, the better for us. I like forums such as this because we've brought public and private sector. The more we do this, the more deep conversations we have, the better. We need to de-risk a lot of SMEs, especially in the early stages. And it's something a couple of the big banks, including ourselves, have taken very boldly to do that. And we're doing it through partners. So as an SME in the room, my big ask for you is be bold. Because we found mechanisms of how do we de-risk as financial institutions work with you through various methods, including guarantee schemes. And I know a number of my competitors are doing the same. So live your dream to the full and ensure that we take full advantage of that. CS, I think one area that we are getting quite passionate about as a group is how do we use a digital national infrastructure to enable all our SMEs across the country to have a level playing field of how do we plug onto technology. Whatever business you do, technology has to be very mainstream in it. But the question always still remains around, we don't have a national digital infrastructure. And it's a conversation that, as Equity Group, we are quite willing to have, particularly with government, because that will scale it up. We had the benefit of doing some tours to India. And India has truly transformed its economy because the level playing field from a digital infrastructure is there, and it's extremely cheap. So from a policy perspective, it's one, Honorable CS, I'd like you to keep in mind and discuss. Yeah, so let me close by reminding us that SMEs are not just a trader or a workshop owner. And I would want you guys, as I said, think of how do I value add? And you only value add through manufacturing. Remember the stats I gave you around net profits. So continue to dream as SMEs. We are proud of you. In most instances, you're the first employer of a family or a community. So a big contribution to that. And as Equity Bank, we are quite looking to walk with you and work with you as you get to do that. And I'm looking for the future where next generation of SMEs will not be informal, underrated, or fragile, but those that will be formidable, tech-savvy, sustainable, and globally competitive. Nothing stops us from being like SMEs that operate in the OECD environment. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best in this conference.
Wow, powerful indeed. Thank you. Another beautiful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Transform yourself from a trading business to one that sells value. And I love this. You cannot scale up or cross borders if you do not formalize your business. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor, great privilege to welcome our chief guest.
He is a highly respected leader with over 40 years of experience in transforming Kenya's financial and public service sectors. He has steered major financial reforms at Ernst & Young, driving national policies like Vision 2030 and leading as the first governor of Kakamega County. Please welcome the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and MSMEs Development, FCPA, Dr. Wycliffe Opara.
Let's be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu sana.
Asante sana tuketi. First of all, I want to apologize for coming late. I was supposed to be here at 9. I arrived here at 10. You know what happened yesterday. So when I went to the office, I had to align to know who is there, who is not there, who was injured, who was not injured. So that took my time because I can come here and maybe we have, someone had an accident which we have to attend to. So the vice chairperson, Brenda Barfi, director of the board of SME and Strategy Merrill and Geshu, the MD Equity Bank, Moses, my friend, and I have Buru here, the advisor from the Office of the President on SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my second time to be here. The first SME conference, I was here and I had just been appointed a week. I was in the office a week, so I came here. In fact, that was my first official assignment. So when I was invited again, I said I must be here. There was something also on what we are going to do tomorrow. Maybe you have been informed that we are celebrating the MSME Day tomorrow at KACC. As a ministry, we are also planning for that. So I want to appreciate the leadership of Kepsa for inviting me once again. And this is part of my responsibility. At the same time, appreciate His Excellency, the President, for actually setting up a department in his own government in charge of MSME. As you know, this is a Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME. So I have two state departments, a state department in charge of cooperatives, and a state department under PS, and a state department of MSME development, also under a PS. The two work together, especially in terms of financing. When I came in, the representative from the Council of Governors was just speaking, and I was able to listen to part of his speech. I've also listened to the Vice Chair, and I've also listened to the Equity MD. And I've picked a few issues from there, which maybe as a government, I would want to comment on. First of all, as mentioned by them, MSME sector is very important. It's one of the pillars of this government. We have 5 pillars, and MSME is one of them, including agriculture, housing, digital economy, and health. Those 4 plus MSME, those are the pillars of this economy. If as a government we have to transform our economy, that is our focus. Within those pillars, we have also identified priority value chains, 9 of them, where the government is focusing cotton, within agriculture, coffee, tea, leather, and others. So it is important that you know where is the focus that the government is aiming to transform its economy. Because as a government, you can't be wide. You have to focus. These first 5 years, you have to focus in a particular area. And after those 5 years, maybe focus on another one. You remember during the last government, we had the big four. So it is important, that the government has a focus already on MSMEs. Of course, we know the challenges, and that's why government is there. The Council of Governors have talked about a multiplicity of players. We have quite a number of players, and that's what I have realized. We have many, many players. They are countless within this particular sector. But it's also a big sector. If you have to deal with Mama Mboga and all these, because I was talking to the vice chair here, that is SME. And as we start with the M. So I was asking, where is this M? Because we say micro, small, and medium. It's very critical. So I was saying next time, don't forget about M. That's Mama Mboga. It's very critical. It's a key player in this particular sector. And unfortunately, when we established the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, where you call MSEA, it was established in 2012. They also left an M. They started Micro, Small Enterprises Authority. So they left out medium. So I've told them also, we must make that amendment to the Act. And the fact that the Act was enacted in 2012, that's a long time. Let us also now put an M there. As you put the micro, they put the medium, so that we are all aligned. Why am I saying this? Because these 10 months that I have been in the office, I've managed to go to India to see what they are doing, and I'm happy that the MD of Equity has mentioned about India. India has a perfect system of promoting small enterprises to big corporations, and they can show you evidence of how these corporations have moved on. They have proper policies, proper legislation framework, and that's where we, as Kenyans, we should go. And I'm happy that most of African countries have also realized that this sector is very important in creating employment, in creating wealth, so that in most African countries, they have also created ministries in charge of MSME. In fact, we are having our first conference in South Africa in October. All ministers in charge of MSME in October. I hope that Kepsa is also invited, but because they are key players in this particular sector. I was in Germany also, and I found I was invited by one of the universities there. The UN have a campus in Germany, in Berlin, that one of the departments deals with MSME. They are doing research. They are coming up with policies, framework, all those. So it's very critical. And that's when I came here, I was asking, what are our universities doing in this particular sector? When already the developed countries are already there doing. We have professors. Now the people are going to university just to have a degree in the MSME sector. Degrees are there. So this is very important. But as a government, we found out that one of the critical challenges of MSME is finance. And you see, government cannot do everything. Government, they are good in providing policies and legal framework. When government enter into competition with the private sector, then you find there is distortion of the market. So private sector are more efficient because government is bureaucratic. But that bureaucracy is what holds government together. It's important that the government is also bureaucratic because of its size. It's so big. So if it is not bureaucratic, then things will not move the right way. So finance is very critical. That's why we have people like Equity, they are here. But we have also established that out of 10 MSME that have started, rarely 7 of them go beyond 3 years. Most of them die in between. We must have research to know why. We might guess because finance, but maybe what is the dominant factor so that we are able to address it as government. You have mentioned here management. Management is very critical, how you manage. And that's why, as a government, partnering with the county governments, we want to enhance programs to train MSMEs in terms of financial literacy, in terms of appreciation of digital world. If we don't move that way, then we cannot move on. Infrastructure. Our infrastructure is very weak. Government, you have seen, we are now building markets everywhere. These markets, we are not building for big brothers. We are building for you. 400 markets that are now ongoing. They are for the small business. So we must also, that's how government comes in. That government is able to build this infrastructure so that you people, you are able to work. And then we must emphasize this issue of research at our universities. They should carry out research, give us information so that as a government, we are able to ride on that information so that we improve that ecosystem of the MSMEs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think after those few remarks, I want now to give my formal speech. But before I do that, Equity Bank and the other banks, of course, you are business people. You cannot give money for free. But sometimes you are so punitive. And that's why we have a problem. If you give interest rate of 15% plus, let's say above 10%, which small business will survive with that? It's unlikely that they will survive that 10 plus. Government, we have just not sat there to wait for the banks. We have come up with a credit guarantee scheme. I don't know if you are aware of it. It is now going through our legal framework. It will be launched soon, and this is now a platform for you. It is de-risking small businesses. You can get guarantee there so that you are able to access funds even from now equity, because at low interest rate, because now equity is sure that if you don't pay that money, there's someone who will pay, because they exploit you because they know you are a risk. We have also said that pension should not be there for only people who are in formal employment. You people should also be able to be pensionable, because you are here, you are young, you are doing the business. But after you reach 60 and beyond, you go home, what do you fall on? You have been in the formal sector, maybe it was not formalized. So we are saying, even Mama Mboga, you are able to save. One, through the Hustler Fund, if you know what Hustler Fund does, but that's a subject for another day. Because if I start talking about Hustler Fund here. Yeah, but we are encouraging people to save for future. And the government has come up with an organization called KNEST. KNEST, under the Ministry of Finance, Treasury, to take care of informal pension. You go there, you save on the platform, and when you retire, you are able to get some money from some pension. And you can also do through circles that you form, because if you invest in a circle, you build it, it's a strong circle, also you are able to get some money from there. Now, allow me now to formally give my speech, ladies and gentlemen, after those few remarks. It is a great honor to address you this morning at this second annual Kepsa SME conference. Next time I come, I will call it MSME, whether you will have put it or not. SME conference, awards and exhibition. This event is more than a calendar engagement. It is a landmark occasion in our nation's economic recovery strategy. The theme, Reaching Opportunities and Breaking Barriers on Market Access for SMEs, is not only timely, but aligns squarely with the strategic mandate of the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME Development. And I've said, if you remember, I was here last time when the launch was done, and I'm here again. Since taking office in August 2024, I've had the opportunity to directly engage with the engine that drives our economy, MSMEs. These businesses make up over 90% of all companies in Kenya. And Equity Bank mentioned that, and contribute roughly to 33% to our gross domestic products, and provide employment for more than 15 million of our citizens. In fact, these are figures of 2016, the figures that I'm quoting now. 2016 up to now is about 9 years past. As a government, we have now instituted another survey. Soon we shall start a survey, in fact in July next month, so that we get now the most recent figures, statistics. But the issue of 9% is an obvious issue. You know, most of the businesses here are small businesses. Contribution to GDP, that is a more complex area that we need actually to confirm. And even the people that are involved, 15 million in this country, about 20 people are employable. Out of that, 15 million engage in these small businesses. 3 million are in government establishments, both national government and county government and government agencies, and big companies like Safaricom and others, like Equity here. And of course, about 2 million, they say they are neither here or there. And these are the people who are on the street saying that we need employment. So MSME are more than just statistics. They represent the hopes of our people, the creativity of our youth, and the resilience of our nation. Earlier this year, His Excellency the President unveiled a transformative agenda to construct over 400 modern markets, and I think I've mentioned about this, across the country. And this is improving infrastructure for MSMEs. These markets are not merely infrastructural developments, they are strategic economic enablers intended to improve access to trading network, reduce post-harvest losses in terms of agriculture, enhance our farmers' incomes, and foster inclusive prosperity across the Republic. Upon taking office, we embarked on establishing foundational reforms aimed at restoring institutional credibility and enhancing service delivery. We implemented a digital cooperative registry to streamline operations and increase transparency in the management of cooperatives. Cooperatives are crucial in that these are the aggregators. These are cooperative model is the best used in the world. You put people together, you mobilize resources easily. For example, if you are a member of SACCO, that's the easiest way to put your money together, and you are able to borrow from that money quite easily through guarantees, through your membership. And the statistics I have is now cooperatives are lending more to its members than the banks. You know, the banks, you will go there or bring the security, go and value it, and you see you can't just go to any valuer. We must give you a valuer, and so and so. And you know, valuers have qualification. I'm FCPA, so if I'm using another FCPA, why are you confining me to a particular one? But that's what the banks will do. Oh, go and prepare a cash flow. You don't know how to prepare a cash flow. So bring audited accounts. You need an auditor. You need to pay the auditor. But for cooperatives, what you need is just a guarantee by your fellow member. Yeah? And in cooperatives now, in SACCOs, you can apply for a loan in the morning through your mobile phone. They have the apps. And in 2 hours, money is in your account. So long as you meet all the requirements, you have got the guarantee, you don't have another loan, and so on. So this is now the model being used all over the world. And now we are seriously working on that to make sure that we have strong cooperative movement. And we have come up with a new bill called the Cooperative Bill 2025 now. If it goes, it's already, it has gone through the National Assembly, it's now at the Senate. If it goes through, it will improve the management within the cooperative movement so that you are able to borrow quite easily. Now, we resolve historically we resolve historical disputes in cooperatives, like in Parichu and Kangunu, and reorganize the ministry to better align with our development priorities. These two examples being given, they are good examples where we had mismanagement of the cooperatives, the leaders, shortchanging the members, but the bill we have now addresses those particular issues. To achieve this, we institutionalize performance contracting across all departments and agencies under the ministry, demonstrating our commitment to measurable outcomes and public accountability. On access of finance, the Financial Inclusion Fund, which we call Hustler Fund. You know me, you know how I got into government. I'm part of the broad-based. And that's the truth, isn't it? Yeah. Awa hamjui. Wale hawajui, leo mjue, si ndio? When I was out there, I was opposed to this Hustler Fund. I was one of the vocal person who was saying, Hustler Fund, 100 bob, how can you borrow 100 bob? What will 100 bob do for you? And unfortunately, when I became the CS, I found it now at my doorstep to deal with it, with its problems. I once went to industrial area, and I found few young men who were telling me, you see, that Hustler Fund, although you are saying that it doesn't help, but it helps us. You see, I borrow 200 to have lunch and go home with something little to buy unga or, you know. And then the following day, I'm able to pay. When I'm paid here, kwa mjengo, I pay back. And then I go and borrow. So that 100 shillings you are saying is not useful. It's very useful to me because I can borrow 100 shillings. I have lunch at 80 shillings and a fare of 20 shillings. So that is what I was told. So I realized how important it is. And let me tell you, we were looking at the statistics of financing in agriculture. And we found out that the Hustler Fund now is the leading financier of the small agricultural farmers. That's those people who need 2,500 to buy a bag of fertilizer. Where do they borrow the money? From Hustler Fund. So Hustler Fund is playing a very important role in this economy. And up to date, it has lent out 60 billion. So this critical resource has supported countless Kenyans, from border operators to mama mboga and small-scale traders to small-scale farmers, generally empowering grassroots entrepreneurs. We have also concurrently revitalized the WESO Fund, Youth Fund, and Women Enterprises Fund. These three funds, we are now working on a legal framework or a policy so that we have one fund as Biashara Fund, so that there is no multiplicity in accessing it, because we found that has affected also the repayment of some of the borrowers. One person borrow under WESO, because he's a youth, he will borrow under Youth Fund, and because he's a female, he will also go and borrow under Women Fund. So then when it comes to repayment, it becomes an issue. So that is something that we are now addressing. So this fund placing renewed emphasis on accessibility, financial literacy, and research-driven implementation. Additionally, the ministry is investing in youth and women empowerment through a high-impact program such as National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, called NYOTA. And I know you have heard of it. And the Kenya Job and Entrepreneurship Transformation, GAJET. These programs are tailored to equip our young people and women with essential skills, mentorship, and access to capital, positioning them for success in an evolving and competitive labor market. I need maybe to explain, make some explanation of the two projects. Well, these are very critical projects that are going to empower our youth, both male and female, in making sure that they contribute to the economic transformation agenda. NYOTA and GAJET, the national government, Kenya government, is in partnership with the World Bank. And both of them involve about 33 billion Kenya shillings. And it involves several ministries. Ministry of Labor has some element to play. Ministry of Youth has some element to play. And Ministry of MSME has some element to play. So it's an interministerial project, and it's a big project that will be launched in August. When this project is completed in 3 years, it will have involved 1 million youths that will be active. NYOTA, which we are playing a very key role, I think applications have gone through. You people, you are invited to apply digitally. And I know most of you have applied because we have received 1 million applications. We are now looking at those applications. We are going to recruit 70 youths, first phase, which we are launching in August. 70 youths every ward. We have 1,450 wards in this country. You can check and find out how many wards do we have. So you can know. And then it will be progressively that after it ends up, we will have 1 million youths. GAJET, he talked about industrialization. If we have to move, this country, industrialization is very key. GAJET, what they want to do is that you come up with a proposal, we look at the proposal, the Kenyan government, in partnership with the World Bank, they will give you 70% grant on the value of that project. So long as it's an industrialization project, they will give you 70%, and then you will be able to raise 30%. So long as it is an industrial setup, even a small portion mill, that's an industrial setup. So if you want to buy a portion mill, this is now the route to go. But the only requirement that you need to be 5 of you, a minimum of 5 of you to access the funds. At the inaugural Kepsa SME conference last year, I pledged to deepen government engagement with the MSME sector. I'm pleased to report that we have fulfilled this pledge. In collaboration with Kepsa, we launched the MSME Connect, a public-private dialogue platform, and we did this on the 14th of March this year. This is a public-private dialogue platform designed to stimulate coordination, strengthening support systems, and inform policy formulation. Since its official launch on 14th March 2025, the platform has already brought together over 1,000 MSMEs with a successful country-led rollout in Embu. We were in Embu on 30th June 2025. Our ambition is to scale this initiative to all 47 counties. This is a platform which I chair. Majority of them are private sector, including Kepsa, and they bring their problems because it is them who know what are the nitty-gritty areas that MSME needs support. And the government will take up those challenges and see how we can address it so that you have an enabling environment for you to do your business. It is important to underscore that Kepsa SME conference is a key expression of the broader MSME Connect initiative, with Kepsa being one of the 14 strategic stakeholders driving its implementation. The overarching goal of MSME Connect is to build a dynamic and inclusive MSME development ecosystem that promotes sustainable social growth. I commend Kepsa for its innovative intervention, including the Genuine Growth Program and the MSME Financing Gateway. These efforts are bearing fruits. In the first quarter of 2025 alone, I'm told, over 4,000 entrepreneurs accessed 111 million Kenya shillings in financing. To date, more than 12,000 MSMEs have benefited, with a cumulative 321 million Kenya shillings dispersed. Equally, more than 4,500 entrepreneurs have undergone training, mentorship, and coaching, while over 500 businesses have been successfully linked to both local and international market. But beyond the numbers, it is the human stories that speak more powerfully. And I hope the people I will mention here are here to tell their stories, stories such as that one of Martin Salano from Vihiga, who scaled his Moringa business using e-commerce tools, or Lydia Vamba from Muranga, who rebuilt her kitchenware business post-COVID through platforms like WhatsApp and TikTok. These are the unsung champions of our digital economy, resilient, adaptive, and visionary. Indeed, digital transformation is no longer an option, it is an imperative. With over 90%, 91% of the SME adopting digital payment solutions, the next frontier must focus on digital infrastructure, platforms, and capacity building. Our ministry is responding proactively through the expansion of public Wi-Fi access, the establishment of innovative hubs, and grassroots-oriented digital skilling programs. In parallel, we are finalizing a national-wide public participation process on the draft MSME Policy 2025. And I would want you who are here, make sure that you look at that document. You can get it on the website. We are going all over the country talking about it so that we can get your input. This policy seeks to dismantle structural barriers, limited credit access, delayed payments, and we are going to regulate that, to legislate that an MSME, when you supply anything to any government institution, you must be paid within 30 days. If you are not paid, then the accounting officer is accountable. And excessive regulation. While prioritizing digitization, innovation, and competitiveness. I urge all stakeholders to contribute meaningfully to this crucial nationwide document. Furthermore, 13 years after the enactment of the Micro and Small Enterprises MSME Act 2012, the need for legislative review is overdue. Among the key proposed amendments are alignment with devolution through an intergovernmental coordination framework. We need, these MSMEs are at the county. How are we coordinating with the national government? Integration of cluster-based and value chain enterprises support models and formal recognition of medium enterprises to ensure seamless progression within the enterprise development continuum. And I have mentioned about adding the M's. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also worth noting that tomorrow, the 27th of June 2025, we shall join the global community in celebrating the International Day of MSME. This day is a powerful reminder of the vital role that micro, small, and medium enterprises play in advancing inclusive and sustainable development worldwide. Let us seize this moment to renew our commitment to empowering our MSME and creating an enabling environment where they can thrive. Distinguished guests, while the road ahead remains long, the progress we have made is significant, and the momentum is irreversible. To our entrepreneurs, I commend your innovation, your perseverance, and unwavering belief in our country. To our partners, I acknowledge and appreciate your steadfast commitment to shared prosperity. To my colleagues across government, our responsibility is clear: to remove the red tape, eliminate structural barriers, and deliver results where they matter most. Let us collectively build a Kenya where opportunity is not a privilege, but a promise delivered, whether in a workshop in Kisumu, an open-air market in Garissa, or a technical hub in Eldoret. A Kenya where MSME flourish, innovating, creating jobs, exporting value beyond borders. In conclusion, I extend my sincere gratitude to Kepsa and all stakeholders present today. This conference is more than a symbolic. It is a forum for ideas, a platform for partnership, and a launching pad for sustainable action. I urge you all to engage, connect, and contribute. With those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to officially declare the second Kepsa Annual SME Conference Award and Exhibition 2025 open. Let us make this a defining chapter in the history of Kenya MSME sector. Thank you, and may God bless you, our entrepreneurs, and the Republic of Kenya.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding. Thank you so much. And buenos dias, please, before you take your seat, we want you to once again declare this second annual SME conference opened. Please, once. Asante sana. So together, we'll have a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and then let's have the, wow, the remarkable moment begin. So, standing, and then you will declare. You will declare just at the front. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? So count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Declare it. Declare it. It is now open. Yeah. Declare it once you say aha. Okay. There we go. Makofi tafadhali. See us. Thank you so much. I'd kindly request, let's have our delegates join. Equity Bank Managing Director, please join. Madam CS, Asante Sana. Madam Mary, Karibu Sana. All our delegates, please, Karibu Sana. Council of Governors, Karibu Sana as well. Karibu Sana. And we do have a gift of appreciation for you, Bwana CS. Please, let's have the gifts ready. That will be delivered by Madam Mary Ngeshu to... Wow, that's the lion, the protector. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate our Cabinet Secretary, Asante Sana. Thank you so much. Okay. To the Equity Bank Managing Director, makofi tafadhali. Asante Sana. Thank you so much. Many thanks. We celebrate all of you. Asanteni Sana. And these other gifts as well, celebrating our key guests. Asanteni Sana. Let us kindly remain standing as we allow our chief guest and his delegation. Feel free to exit at your pleasure. Immediately after this, we'll go straight for a media press. All right. Asanteni sana. Makofi nyingine tafadhali tunapomkaribisha Bwana CS. We'll head straight to the exhibition spot. For the rest of us, let's just remain standing as we allow our chief guest to exit at his pleasure. Asante sana Bwana PS, Bwana CS, asante sana. Thank you so much, thank you so much. So let's allow our chief guest to leave first. Thank you so much. Next year we'll have the M start, micro. Asante sana for the challenge. It's exactly noon. We have 10 minutes for our quick health break. 10 minutes, we come back and then we engage before lunch. Asanteni sana, 10 minutes. Set your alarm clocks, 10 minutes. Begin. Now, let's meet at exactly 10 minutes past 12. Visit the exhibition spot. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. Thank you so much.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number 3 is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively.
One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Vondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Famia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively.
One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Vondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively.
One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoy the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Dezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively.
One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Vondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Dezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively.
One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
Did you know that Africa has the highest percentage of women entrepreneurs in the world? In sub-Saharan Africa, 1 in 4 women is starting or managing a business. That represents 26% of adult women, the highest rate globally. So, in what field are they leading? Retail, including
Johnson.
Pleasure to
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to kick off second installment of day 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready, ladies and gentlemen. On standby, on standby, on standby. This is where we all start, ladies and gentlemen. The flag, the flag, the flag. MSMEs, you are the hope of our beloved country. MSMEs, you show the resilience of our nation. So we want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you. Karibuni, karibuni. There's a bit of an echo. Technical team, kindly help me with that. Dear delegates, welcome, welcome back, welcome back. Powerful insights. I don't know about you, but powerful insights. We must create a predictable and conducive environment for SMEs to thrive. I loved this. SMEs are the backbone of our economy, but policy is the backbone for us to see change. We must enhance the power of what we have, transforming ourselves from a trading business to one that sells value. If you cannot scale up or cross borders if you do not formalize your business. And oh, don't we love businesses that are digitized? Powerful presentation. We're ready to kick off, ladies and gentlemen, 31 minutes past the hour. But before that, very quickly, I just want to get feedback. What stood out for you? What stood out for you? Feedback. Let me start here. Just your name, organization. What stood out for you? It's okay, go ahead.
I came late.
It's okay. What are your big expectations? What's your name?
My name is Faith from Rabobank. Yeah. And I'm expecting to learn more and also see the innovative SMEs. I'm also curious to learn more about the booths. Yeah.
Okay. Faith is curious to learn. Asante sana. Makofi for Faith. Thank you so much. Aha. Nelly, the lady in green. What did you learn in the morning? Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Nelly Jambi Murigi from Groots, Kenya.
I'm expecting to learn, relearn again for the 2 days, to know how to start a business, run a business, work with those who are around me, family, friends, and everyone I meet, so that we can move forward together in good peace.
Big round of applause for Nelly, the lady in green, here to learn, relearn. I love this. Learn, relearn, run a business. Learn, relearn to run your business. Paris, what stood out for you very quickly?
Just really getting a grasp of what the government is doing, what Kepsa is doing in enabling SMEs do business, and also just understanding, getting a good understanding of where we are, what are the statistics saying, what's data saying when it comes to SME, which is a key sector in the country.
Love that data-driven approach, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off our first engagement in terms of panel discussion. If we can have the Menti platform set for those who joined us earlier on, or later on rather. This will be the platform for your questions and comments. We don't have a lot of time, so immediately we start with the presentations. We'll have 2 first presentations, 10 minutes each. Then immediately after that, we'll get to the panel discussion. All that should take us about 1 hour. Within those 1 hour, within that 1 hour, we need to also capture your questions real time. Can we have the Menti platform? The Menti platform will enable, there you go. So what are your questions and comments? Just go very quickly, menti.com, that's menti.com. The code is 76650089. You're joining us online, the same platform still works. 76650089, or you can simply scan the QR code for any questions, comments you may have. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to engage. Ready to engage, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at expanding market opportunities, strengthening linkages for SMEs. All right, that's Paris. As I told you, I am under instructions. So Paris is telling me there's something for you. Faith, you've heard of a business clinic? Business clinic? Yeah. Where you go and they check, okay, this is what you need, Jane. This is what you need, and this is what we recommend. So we have a business clinic. So immediately after this session, please get engaged. Learn, relearn to run your business. Nelly, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker is here, 10 minutes. Once you hear this sound, do you have the sound? Let's have that sound. That means you only have 1 minute. We'll still give you time, remember 10 minutes. But once you hear this sound, that means please close. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker is here. Please let us welcome him.
He serves as the acting head of the Department for Quality Assurance at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, where he champions the implementation of standards to enhance safety and reduce accidents. With a deep commitment to standards for quality life, he drives initiatives that merge rigorous oversight with cutting-edge innovation to enhance safety. Please welcome John Kabue.
A big round of applause, please. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to really, first of all, I do so much appreciate that I have had this opportunity to represent the Kenya Bureau of Standards in this meeting today, the workshop today, and the partnership that KEBS have had over the years with Kepsa. because we work together, because we know that one of the things that we must do is we make sure that we facilitate the growth of businesses or manufacturing in Kenya, so that, as the chief guest said, we'll be able to have MSMEs that are able to grow, create employment, and also the issue of wealth creation. So basically, I want to just speak briefly on what Kenya Bureau of Standards is doing, especially to support the MSMEs, so that they can be able to access, or not only access, so that they can be able to access and take their product into the market. As I was introduced, John Kabwe is my name. I'm the Acting Chief Manager, Quality Assurance at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Kenya Bureau of Standards, as many of us may know, is a government parastatal established under the laws of Kenya. We call it the Standards Act, Cap 496 of the laws of Kenya. And basically, what we are established to do is basically we want to support this industry through what we call SIMCA, that is standardization, metrology, and conformity assessment. Standardization, it says, we'll be writing standards. And what standards does, they provide a minimum requirement for product compliance, such that if you are taking a peanut butter into the market, if you are taking a cosmetic product, either a washing bar or a detergent into the market, basically standardization, what we are saying, we set the minimum requirement. What does minimum requirement do? It creates a platform whether an MSMEs or even a large enterprises, all of them can access the same market and be able to compete, because people will accept that product, or the product will be accessed by what the quality of that product. That's basically one of the things that we are doing. Also, in that is standardization metrology. What we are doing is we offer the science of calibration of equipment, such that the equipment that an SME was going to use, or any manufacturer outside there will use. If you are using an equipment to measure maybe temperature as one of your critical parameters in your processes, or weight is one of the parameters that you're using to measure, what we do, we help look at that equipment so that the reading it's giving you is the correct reading. That is called metrology. That is M. And then conformity assessment, what we are doing is we offer testing services as part of conformity. We have facilities at the Kenya Bureau of Standards that MSMEs can utilize, so that, because most of us may not have a test house at the place what you're manufacturing. Maybe you're packaging mineral water and you want to know the pH level. You are doing coffee, roasting coffee. You want to know the moisture content. So basically the laboratories are available. We have them in Nairobi, we have them in Mombasa, we have them in Eldoret, in Kisumu, in Meru, and we are creating even more satellite testing houses, so that you can use that facility for testing your product in order for you to make a decision either to accept the product into your factory as a raw material for use, or before you release it to the market, or as you release it to the market, you can know and keep records of what is happening. That is testing. Of course, in terms of conformity assessment, what we are doing again is product certification. And I know most of us, if you look at the bottle of water that you are holding in your hands, one of the things that you are having is that you will find that that bottle of water has our quality mark. That is a standardization mark, which is the basic mark of quality for entrance into the market. And when that product is certified and bear that valid mark, what we are saying is that we'll be able to access that market. So that is product certification. How are we doing it? We make sure that for the MSMEs, because this is a critical client we are here, for us to be a business enabler for you, what are we doing is that we have charges, because there are charges that that a client will pay. What happens is that the charges that an MSME will pay for certification is really subsidized. So we are paying just 5,000. You have 3 products, Kenya Bureau of 3 products, or 11,000 because you are talking of 2 years. You have 3 products that are certified with the Kenya Bureau of Standards. We'll go wherever you are to make sure that we draw the sample, inspect and draw samples for testing. We'll test that sample. will carry out that cost, will bear the cost, and will give you a certification for the 3 products, and you can use that certification for the period of 2 years. Basically, and the test report that we give you as an SME is to make sure that that test is that product can access and completely support or compete with other products. What is the benefit? What is the benefit of this product certification? For you, one of the requirements for entry of our product into the market is that that product must be certified by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, meaning it's like a pre-market entry requirement. And so that product will access the Kenyan market if it's certified, but basically it's not only the Kenyan market. What we are talking about the East African community. And for those of us who remember, we now have 8 members in the East African community, the partnership that we are having with Kenya Bureau of Standards, with the East African community. And basically what we are doing is when you have that single mark that is valid, then it gives you access to not only the Kenyan market, you access Uganda market, Tanzania market, Rwanda, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia right now is also part of it, and also South Sudan. So we are talking of a market of about a population about maybe 300 or 400 million available for you in terms of access. What also are we doing? Also, we have the African Free Continental Trade Area. Right now, what we are doing so that we can enable and partner with the MSMEs is we are having protocols and agreement. In fact, right now we are trying to develop one which is called the dual marking. And the dual marking is a mark which is going to be given by ARSO, African Regional Standardization, and it means that product that will be certified under that mark, then it can be able to access not only the East Africa region, but even the region beyond. So basically, that's what a partnership, and that is what we are giving. And finally, we are also doing a lot of training. If you are a manufacturer there and you lack capacity in quality assurance, then we have tailor-made kind of training that we are doing so that we can tell you what do you need to measure, what do you need to check when you are receiving the raw material in order for you to take the product into the market. The other thing that we are doing, ladies and gentlemen, to support the growth of these MSMEs is the issue of the testing that we are carrying out, the issue of market surveillance we do, because what we do for market surveillance, what we are doing, we go to the market just to make sure that there is a free or a level playing ground for all of us, such that your products, when they go to the market, they will access the market and somebody will not misuse either your mark or deny you entry because we have a level playing ground. The other thing that we're also doing to support even the MSMEs is to make sure that when raw materials are coming into the country, basically we have what we are calling an exemption scheme, whereby raw materials that are coming into the country, you do not pay for their, we have what we call a pre-export verification or conformity program. And when you're bringing in raw material, you don't charge any duty by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, or when you're bringing equipment for use in your manufacturing, they'll be able to come in without any verification and all that. So finally, I think what I want to say today is as we partner together with MSMEs, because we have a clinic or a desk outside there, one of the things that we are asking ourselves as an SME, what is the quality of your product? Because we'll only be able to access the market outside there if our product is meeting requirement. So basically what we are asking today, before you think of manufacturing, ask yourself, what is the requirement? And where is the requirement contained? The requirement is contained in a Kenya standard. So basically, the first thing to check is there a Kenya standard that is available for the commodity and manufacturing? Then when you ask yourself that, then you read it, you access and read it. Then you formulate your product and finalize the products you're having. Finally, I think the other issue that we are doing very much is the issue of collaboration. We are supporting MSMEs together with other organizations. We partner so well with Kiproba for them so that we can be able to train you for market access. We also partner with MSEA. They're also a very critical partner with us. And we have trainings together so that we can be able to capacity build MSMEs so that they can be able to access the Kenyan market. We have various marks, as I said. We have various marks that you have on your product, and especially when you have the standardization mark on your product, which is the basic mandatory mark, then your product will be able to access the market. What are we saying today or this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen? We are saying Kenya Bureau of Standard is a facilitator. Do not fear to come to us, because the quality of your product is what will give you access to the market, a local market, and even the regional market. The quality of your product is what will help your customers to make a choice to come again. Because if the product is not quality, is not giving what they require, then they will not come back for your products. So let us work together. Do not fear us. Visit our desk outside there and let us see how we can support you in order for your products to get into the market. I want to stop there, ladies and gentlemen, because my time is up, but I want to believe that we'll interact outside there and we can ask questions and answer when of what you require. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause. Asante sana. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. If you have any questions for Bwana John Kebs, please type in his name or Kebs, then the question. Asante sana. Many thanks. We appreciate it. We'll take the questions later on towards the end. Asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes, get ready. Let's have that screen ready. We're ready. 10 minutes.
He is an award-winning corporate leader and group managing partner at Ronald's LLP, where he leads over 150 professionals across East Africa in delivering innovative audit, tax and advisory solutions. A passionate mentor and visionary strategist, he is building generational African enterprises while empowering young professionals and advancing education through his philanthropic work. Please welcome Ronald Bwosi.
Makofi yake tafadhali. 10 minutes.
Yeah, so when I started the practice almost 15 years ago on River Road, just like any entrepreneur, I had some big dreams of making money at the same time of serving MSMEs. You know, I used to go to River Road and count the number of businesses, and they were in thousands. I was trying to compute 1,000 times 10,000. How much is that? Yeah? I had never seen a million, so I was just trying to think I'm going to make so many million shillings in a month servicing SME. So we started the practice on River Road, servicing the micro entities. This is the spare parts shops. These are the people who do boutique shops, those who run small businesses, cereals, supporting them with the accounting and tax issues. But after some time, our disappointment was these people would rather pay for goods than services. Because why will I pay 10,000 shillings to get a tax advice or to get my books ready? And we realized that that business model of supporting MSA, the micro entities, wasn't working. And that was that led to the shift from the River Road and trying to look at the more SMEs. I know it's always easy to talk about MSMEs, but we always need to tell the difference between micro, small, and medium enterprises. For us, for me, where I stand, I will define micro entities as organizations that have, yes, they start small, they have dreams, but sometimes they don't have a roadmap, a good, clear roadmap of embracing and actualizing those dreams. Those who actualize, work, and they talk to scalability becomes what you call the small businesses. From small businesses, they either have a choice either to become medium and maybe scale out to corporates, or sometimes condemned to medium organizations. And the difference between small businesses and medium organizations, I will say, is structure and professionalization. That's really what separates small businesses and medium businesses and larger entities. So the question I have for you today, are you small business with dreams without a clear trajectory on how to scale those dreams to become a small business? Or are you an SME that lacks structure to scale up to a medium organizations, and then with regards to strategy, now to scale up to a large organization? Where are you? Where is your business? That's the question I can be able to ask you. Anybody who is an medium or a small business here? Those who are small businesses, maybe you can just lift up your hand. Yeah. And then those who are micro entities, who still don't have their records in order, they don't have the taxes, you keep on running away from KRA, isn't it? You are yet to have an encounter, isn't it, with KRA? Or if they show up, you close the shop and disappear. How many of us are micro? Anybody? Yeah, good. Thank you for honoring up that. And how many of us are medium corporations looking forward now to scale to corporations? Again, there's a way I define medium corporations and large corporations. It's not about revenue. For a long time, it's been always misunderstood that you are a large organization because you are making huge revenues. Because where I sit, I still consult with large organizations with large revenues, but for me, I perceive them as medium or even small businesses. Not because of their revenue, not because you're turning in billions of revenue, but I always say, if you're still owner manager, if you're still driving your own agenda, you are the alpha and omega of your business, you're still a medium organization or a small and medium, because you've not transitioned the management, whereby the organization's future sustainability is dependent on you continually being in the organization. So how many of us are medium organizations among us? You've really grown. You've actually have billions sometimes or millions of turnover. You've really a number of employees. You've been there for a couple of years, maybe over 10 years, but you're still the owner running your own business. How many of us are still there? Yeah, so that is what you call medium. So then what you need to do is then you need to embrace strategy, a good strategy that will help you now slowly start exiting and delegating management and become now a thinker, maybe at chairman's role, so that the business can then survive beyond the founder. And Ronald's LLP, that is our purpose as an organization. Our purpose as an organization is to, I don't think there was some presentation, eh? Our purpose as an organization, I can say, is in three things. One is what I call the GPS: growth, professionalism, and sustainability. Maybe you can just say GPS: growth, professionalism, and sustainability. For a long time, we've epitomized the issue of small businesses. We've said that if you running a small business, it's okay. And when you look at the speeches here, we are all saying it's a good thing to run a small business. But the question I have for you, for how long are we going to run a small business? For how long are we going to run micro entities? For how long are we going to have medium corporations if we don't grow them into corporations? Because that's the most important aspect of it. We need to shift the focus from being SMEs for years and years to shifting to growth and embracing internationalization. Because businesses don't grow international. People don't go international. It's the business models that go international once it has reached the level of maturity. So that's what we do as an organization. And we've had the privilege of scaling to the regional level. Maybe just go down. So as Ronald's LP, we operate in Kenya. That's where we were founded, but of course we've scaled up to Uganda, to Rwanda, to Tanzania. We have also an office in South Sudan, a small office in South Sudan. Our purpose for going there is not only to tell you to go, but to be there and receive you when you come, isn't it? And support you in terms of scalability of your business. We work with companies in more than 30 African countries, especially leveraging on ACFTM, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, to help organizations not just be limited to the local area or the local establishment, but to scale beyond borders. Yes, go on. Yeah, so as I said, that of course we connected globally to an organization called Alineo Global. Alineo Global, because another thing that is very important for an SME, that it's not possible to go alone globally. You have to have credible partnerships that then will help you and support you to be able to serve organizations across the globe. And recently we've realized there's a lot of opportunities for services, even in the developed markets, in the US, especially for outsourced services. In the UK, we're having a lot of conversations, even in Canada and Australia, to support organizations in those markets, especially in the service sector. So one of the things that I would say that partnership is very critical. Yeah. It's very critical as you be able to grow to the market. So those are the industries we serve. Of course, manufacturing, financial institutions, not for profit, and public sector. And then you can just go down as I summarize. And these are some of our clients. Go down. Our achievements, of course, digital fit and being digitally orientation of an organization is very, very important. So there are a number of things that I will want to leave you with, which are actually 5, that are based on what we call our business survival index. One of the biggest things that you need to do as an organization, especially to be able to scale, one is you must professionalize your financial management. Financial management and leadership is very important, meaning that do you have even an auditor in your business? Do you have management accounts? Do you know whether you're making profit? One of the SMEs tells me that the only way they know that they're making profit is because they have not closed shop. That's not a good indication. You must be able to compute and see what are your margins, what are your profitability. That is very critical. And on a monthly basis, track your financial progress and be able to distinguish in terms of personal finance from the corporate finance. And then the second aspect of it that you need to do is issues to do with people. If you are still alone, running an organization, you are SME as a lone ranger, and then the prospects for growth are very, you can't grow the organization and scale to a larger scale if you are just one person. One of the greatest abilities you need to run as an entrepreneur is how do you be able to recruit people and partner with your staffs to grow your entity, your enterprise, your vision to a larger scale. So people are very critical. I always say that people and finance are the 2 disciplines that you don't need professional. Every entrepreneur should be all round on people and finance. And the third thing that you need to be very good at is marketing and innovations. Are you able to position your product not only at a local level, even at a global level? Today, the digital space is open for us to embrace it and be able to expand even beyond borders. You can be here and selling your products even globally. Then the fourth and the most important thing is the issue of leveraging on technology. Are you able to digitize and even automate some of the simple tasks and processes to enable you take advantage of the technological in terms of cost cutting and growing your organization? And the last but not the least is also embracing governance and leadership. The control, the separation of power between the owner and the management. You could decide to have a soundboard. For us, I decided that we'll have a soundboard. Board members who will tell me, Ronald, you are wrong. Don't just get board members to encourage you, but also the ones to rebuke you. And that is what will help you to scale. I'm not only talking about it from a theoretical perspective, but a practical perspective, because it's a journey that we've walked from a company based in Kirinyaga Road on River Road to scale up to the region, offering services across Africa and partnering with global organizations with more than 160 staff members. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. Questions for Ronald? Start with his name and the question. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready right now. We have a panel discussion to discuss what has been shared already. We're looking at policy reforms and regional integration efforts. Our panel discussion led by Madam Lucy of Kepsa. Karibuni panelists. All the panelists, please take your positions. Rose Rono, Executive Director, TradeSmart Consult Limited. Josiah Rotich, joining us online. Kate Chebet Mutai, Collins Wanyonyi, Wambui Mbarire, please take your positions. Lucy Mitei from Kepsa, our moderator. Makofi out tafadhali. 30 minutes, please. 30 minutes. Once you start talking, the timer will be on. Technical team, the mics please. But in the meantime, your opening remarks. We have one here already.
Thank you very much. So this will be the quickest, fastest panel ever to have been done in history. And my panelists, you'll forgive me for that. So as introduced, my name is Lucy Mitei from Kepsa. And we will start right into our questions. And the media team, if we can have an extra mic, that would be very useful. So allow me to start directly with Chebet. And you will introduce yourself. You will tell us what you do, what products you produce. So for you, you're very lucky that the conversation that we're having today already makes sense for you, because you're already an exporter. We're talking about trade instruments, and I'm happy that we've really set the context for this conversation. In terms of challenges, what are some of those challenges that you faced when you were trying to export your product, and what are some of the solutions that worked for you? In 1 minute.
Hello everyone, my name is Chebet Mutai, and I'm the founder of the Wazawazi Lifestyle Company. It's not Waziwazi and Wasiwasi, all those names are here. And we are pioneers in leather goods manufacturing. In Kenya, we manufacture high-end leather goods in Kenya for not only Kenyans, but also for the world. We opened our first store in the US, in Denver, Colorado, 9 months ago. So, thank you. One of the challenges that I'd say I faced was to identify the right market. Even in a market, for example, like the US, it's so wide, and what works in Denver is not what is going to work in DC, for example. So if you go for exhibitions and you're just in DC and then it doesn't work out, you might think that the US is not your market. But they're so different everywhere, so that figuring that out took like a lifetime. But once we figured it out, which I think we only now finally understood that in the last 9 months, because we were on the ground and interacting with everyday Americans and seeing what works and what doesn't work. Actually, only 20% of what we exported worked really well. The other 80% we have to figure out which other US audience will consume. So that was the hardest part. The other challenge was, cultural nuances, how we work here. There's certain things that, let's say as an employer, it's easy to communicate to a fellow Kenyan. And on the other side, it's like you go to baby class in communication. Just subtle cultural nuances have been a real challenge for us. And I guess we also face that when we, let's say, in Tanzania, just right next door, we're completely different people. So figuring that out has been a challenge, but now I'm thinking of, organizations like Ronald's that help you figure out how to systemize your growth.
Absolutely, and we are happy that we are making that connection happen during this platform. Wamboi, locally, you sit in a very strategic position when it comes to our local SMEs here. Looking at the challenges that they also face to enter into our local markets, how is that looking like? And what are some of the entry points for our Kenyan SMEs to get into formal retail shops?
Thank you very much, Lucy. As you said, my name is Wamboi. I run the Retail Traders Association of Kenya, which is a business membership association for the retail sector. Challenges for SME, I think the first thing I would start with, and it's conversations we have with both suppliers, whether you're a manufacturer or a bringer of goods into the country, is quality. And I think that has been spoken about constantly. There's the issue of quality, there's the issue of consistency, in terms of how quickly you're able to turn around an order. Can we rely on you to be able to supply all the time? There's the issue of compliance. It's very difficult. It's actually not difficult. It's impossible to get a product onto a shelf if it is not compliant. And by compliance, I mean you must be KRA known, because that's what we term as formal. Then, of course, you have to have gone through the issues of KEBS. You have to have a GS code, or a barcode as we call it, so that that product can actually be able to be sold through a till. What we see is a lot of duplication as well. Sadly, and again, this is usually our saddest point, is SME entry points are always the same. And when I say always the same, is that we have a whole variety of products that a supermarket requires to sell. But we find constantly that the focus of many SMEs, either because SMEs in terms of manufacturing, I'm talking to SMEs in terms of manufacturing, that we have people doing home care and personal care. So everyone wants to do a lotion, everyone wants to do a body wash. If you look at a supermarket shelf, lotions are a dime a dozen in terms of how many they are, which means you need to have a good reason for the supermarket to remove an existing product and put your own. So we have engagement with SMEs, both now suppliers and manufacturers, to show them the need to interrogate the shelf before you go into a product, so that you're able to bring a product that doesn't exist. It reduces the competition on yourself. And secondly, and most important, it allows you to really have a niche in your negotiation, because then you're not having to convince me that remove Wamboi lotion and put Lucy lotion, because really you don't have anything to it. But you're able to say, and I'll give an example of somebody who has a lotion that they've incorporated in the labeling Braille. Yeah, and when we saw the product, the question was, wait a minute, no one's ever actually figured out how does a deaf person identify the difference between a lotion, a shampoo, a conditioner. But now with Braille on it, then you're able to, the person is able to shop. So we look to show SMEs the different kinds of products they can bring. That is one. Two, we are looking to see how can we capacity build SMEs to have a product that compares to any other product that's already on the shelf. And capacity building is not putting them in a room and speaking. Mr. Kafue talked about being KEBS compliant. One of the things about compliance in our country is a lot of ministries or government parastatals will tell you the requirements are on our website. My constant question is how many Kenyans actually access those websites. And I'll tell you for free, because he didn't say it, you don't just get a KEB standard. KEB standards are for sale, and sometimes they're not cheap. So how easily is that information available for an SME to be able to get their product into the market?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the last one, and not least important, is that I say this and a lot of people hit me for it, but I keep saying an SME really doesn't have the pocket to start in a tier 1 supermarket, for example. Everyone wants to get onto a Naivas shelf, but do you have the capacity to be on a Naivas shelf? And when I say capacity, I mean we work with supply agreements, and the supply agreement will say, I'll pay you in 30 days. If you take a supermarket that has upwards of 50 branches, and they give you an order today for 20 boxes, are you able to deliver the 20 boxes? And as fate would have it, you might have an awesome product that sells out within a day or two. Are you then able to bring another 20 boxes? Because you can't say, oh, but you've sold, so pay me so that I can produce. That's what we talk about, consistency, and the pocket and capacity to be able to. So I am always challenging SMEs, can you sell? And we say we are supposed to be one of the most developed retail markets in Africa. We're actually only second to South Africa. But we are 30% formal. 70% is the informal market where most of the SMEs will be playing. If you can sell in the local market, your chances of getting into a tier 1 supermarket are that much higher, because your product is already sold itself. People are engaging with it. They'll actually go to a tier 1 supermarket and ask, why are you not selling this? Making the supermarket come and look for you. So let's encourage SMEs to start selling in their localities and then grow the market, as the gentleman from Ronald has said. You start where you are and you grow it so that you're able to reach that upper echelon that you're looking at.
Absolutely. For you, Collins, talking about what Wambui just talked about in terms of expanding, and it's good we are having this conversation when even Equity Bank now is regional. So in terms of that expansion, in terms of access to markets, whether it's local all the way to regionally, how is Equity supporting in terms of developing tailored products and services to ensure that these SMEs are actually getting into retail, but also, again, now taking their products outside Kenyan markets?
Thank you. Collins Wanyonyi, Director SME Banking for Equity. Allow me speak from the first aspect that Wambui has brought up about an SME being able to deliver another set of 20 boxes to the supermarket. The challenge that SMEs face is not really access to the markets or access to the money. It is the challenge around the big boys not paying the SMEs on time. So for example, if today I supply a large supermarket, they'll expect me to keep supplying them every day, but they want to pay me after 90 days. Where do I get the money to produce every day and be paid after 90 days? So the challenge that the SMEs face, it's being paid on time and being sure that that payment will be on time, so that me as a bank, I can come in and then guarantee them to give them more money. Because if that large supermarket has not paid them on time, I'll have a challenge to give them more money to then produce more to give the supermarket. But coming back to what we have done as Equity Bank, so we've generated market linkages within SMEs, both local and internationally. So I'll start with international. We've done about 20 journeys to the local market, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and DRC. So in the last 1 year alone, we've done about 20 engagements. And if you look at right now, DRC is the largest market for Kenyans, by just virtue of how linkages Equity Bank has done with within the region. In the last month, we had a trade fair in Tanzania where we brought all the major players within the market to meet in Tanzania for trade engagement. We then, 2 weeks later, we had another engagement in Uganda where we brought East African traders together. So by bringing the East African traders together into one room to exchange ideas and exchange notes, it's one of the ways that Equity Bank has made it easier for these players to interact with those markets. And even today, if you look at just outside here, we've brought about 15 of our SMEs to just, we've invited 15 of our SMEs within the bank to be part of the exhibitors in this forum. And what Equity has done is actually gone ahead and paid for 15 exhibitors to come and participate here. So any engagement that Equity has, we ensure that we get at least 20 of our customers into that forum. If we run, the other day we ran an event for music festival, we still brought our SMEs to participate into that. So any opportunity that we have, we either create local linkages or we create international linkages. In the month of January, we had our GCEO participate in a forum in Japan. And what that forum was, we carried our key players within the market to be able to link up with the Japanese market. And to wind up on what we've done, we have 2 desks within the bank. We have the Japanese desk and we have the European desk. These 2 desks within the bank serve as linkages for our local SMEs with large corporates operating in those countries. It was Tuesday this week that we had a forum where we had the Chinese delegation again sitting with our SMEs in Kenya. So what we have done as a bank is create forums where we'll bring the MSME, not just the SME alone, we bring the MSME to interact with like-minded people to learn that. And to wrap it up, in the last 3 months, we ran, I'm happy there's the leather market person on the floor, we ran a webinar on leather ecosystem, just to open up SMEs on what it means, the value. So what we got to learn from that webinar is 90% of the leather that is generated in Kenya is lost, purely because, one, we've not mechanized how we harness the leather in a good way. So because of those incising of the knife when you are skinning the animals, we lose about 90%. And the bank has given itself the challenge to ensure that we make the leather market work for Kenya. Thank you.
Absolutely. So you've heard from the money man. So if you're the big girl, the big boss, or big boy who is here today, it said that you need to pay your SMEs on time, so that they're also able to run their businesses. On to you, Rose.
Lucy, can I just debuse that bad name you want to give us? One of the things I like to clarify is that there is the historical conversation around late payments with the big boys. But in, I think, 2017, 2018, we did what we call the Prompt Payment Code of Practice that is actually embedded in the Competition Authority Act that aspires to ensure that whether you're big or small, you're being paid based on how we categorized your product. So fresh produce is done in 15 days, then FMCG will be anything between 30 and 45 days. We do aspire to pay people on time. And one of the conversations we've been having is creating specific SME terms so that we are also supporting the SMEs in their growth partner.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So there are already some rules and procedures on how actually people should pay, and thanks for that clarification. Ross, you've been doing quite some work when it comes to trade facilitation and all that. In your quest to open up spaces for exports for Kenyan SMEs, are there bottlenecks, and this is from a policy and procedural perspective, that you think we could address so that we can open that space more?
Thank you so much. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rose Rono. I am the founder and executive director of Trade Smart Consult. We are a Pan-African consulting firm based in Nairobi, but with offices across Ethiopia, Uganda, also Rwanda, and also we are opening up in Somalia. We just turned 5 yesterday, which is an exciting milestone because most SMEs do not get to their 5th birthdays. Interestingly, I was having a discussion with Ronald, I think last month, and I was telling him that I'm very scared about scaling up. And we did have a discussion, and I think I'm going to be following up with him to see the possibility of support to scale up. Back to your question in terms of exports, SME and exports. I think the challenges for SMEs getting into exports are commonly known, and in the morning we've discussed quite a number of them, including access to finance, access to information on what is required in the markets, the regulatory requirements such as standards that are required in these markets, some of which are very expensive, some of which are very complex and hard to get. In terms of access to financing, we don't have patient capital. We have capital, but we don't have patient capital. But I'm happy to hear the Cabinet Secretary mentioning guarantee schemes that have been put in place. But I just want to go back to the aspect of policy. There are quite a number of technical support initiatives that have been put in place, including Nyota that has been mentioned. We have Ajira, amongst others. And what I just want to critique on that is that a lot of these initiatives that we are coming up with, we are targeting so many SMEs, maybe not targeting the right SMEs. So you'll find that at the end of that implementation or at the end of that support, you'll find that that SME has really, it's been a talk shop. You know, they haven't really benefited that much. They've just, you know, stayed at maybe a very small level. So one of the challenges that I've always wanted to speak out or spoken out in such events is that if we can be able to look at it from the point of view of just selecting few SMEs, you know, having some form of criteria whereby you're selecting certain number of SMEs, whether they are in industry, maybe they're already at their 5-year, so you can already test and see that this is somebody who already has the entrepreneurial spirit, and then support them all round. I am very personally convinced that if we can be able to empower a few SMEs end to end, if it's financing, provide financing for them. If it's market, handhold them in terms of those markets. If it's standards, do it all rounded, as opposed to just calling them for workshops whereby we are doing 2 or 3 day workshops. They go, and you'll find after 5 years, there is no change. And I believe this is the same thing that was done for China, whereby we had quite a number of cottage industries who were handheld by governments, they were handheld by associations such as Kepsa over a period of time, and they ended up becoming the giants that are now shaking the world today. So I think in terms of the challenges are there, but I think we need to be very careful as policymakers, as associations, as government, in terms of the kind of interventions that we do. They should not just be interventions that are going to be talk shops or interventions that are just going to show our donors that we have reached this number of SMEs, but they should be very intentional in terms of being end-to-end, and I think this is what is going to really help us to solve the problem that we have of unemployment. And I think yesterday, really, what happened yesterday in Kenya, you can see that it's not a problem that we're just going to brush off or brush under the carpet. It's a real problem that we must sit together and really think about. I also want to speak on the aspect of informality and also the aspect of export. I am convinced that not every SME needs to formalize or should be forced to formalize. Yes, formalization is good, especially for government policy, but we also understand the fears that some of these SMEs have. So I think it's imperative for us regulators, policymakers, first of all, to show SMEs what is in it for me to formalize and walk with them the formalization journey as opposed to trying to force them. Secondly, in terms of exports, I don't think every SME should be targeting the export market. I think aggregators should be able to come into play, trading companies should be able to come into play so that as an SME, you're only focusing on production only, and there's somebody who's there who's worried about how to take your goods to the market.
Thank you so much, Rose. You put some strong emphasis on an entire ecosystem approach to what we're talking about this afternoon. Josiah, I don't know if you can hear me online.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, but there's an echo. But I had a question for you. In terms of trade instruments, and for this purpose, let's talk about the ACFTA. Maybe you would share with us in terms of what the government has done, how is the progress going, and can we say that most SMEs in Kenya are now aware about that instrument and what they need to do in order to export?
All right, thank you very much for that introduction. My name, first of all, is Kepsa, as you say. I am currently the acting director for example, trade with the State Department of Trade. I also want to say that I participated in the negotiation of the safety agreement that we have talked about, apart from any other agreements that we as a country has been negotiating. And I can also say that I oversee the implementation of this agreement and others. Now, just come back to the safety. First of all, the safety was purposely intended to boost the intra-African trade. Because it was realized that the African trade amongst ourselves. We trade with other countries outside Africa, but we do very small trade within ourselves. The kind is 60% trade that we do. Now, the CFTA was concluded, is up and running. We are already implementing it. So, but where are we in this agreement? In terms of the implementation. The Kenya government is committed, quite committed in the implementation of this agreement, where we in the strong line since the beginning of the negotiations all the way to the application and all that. We as a country, when this agreement came in force, the first thing that we asked ourselves was how do we benefit from this agreement? Because it is one of the greatest things that has happened in Africa during our lifetime. We came up with a strategy to say that with the strategy so that we can access this market. The opportunities that we have in this market are huge. We are talking about 1.4 billion population, a GDP of almost 3 billion USD. But if you are not strategic, you cannot benefit. So one of the things that we did was to come up with a strategy, a dedicated CFTA implementation strategy. And in this particular strategy, there are so many interventions that are there, focusing on different sectors. One of the interventions that are in that strategy is to focus on the MSME, the small, medium, and enterprises. And also focusing on the less fortunate, very important, the less fortunate. We're talking about the youth and the women, and also the people with special needs. There are very clear interventions in that particular strategy. This strategy also, in terms of implementation, we also have a strategy for development. We also have a national implementation committee that oversees the implementation of this particular strategy. And the staff committees that are the aspects of all it. That is one aspect. The second thing that government has done in terms of now marginalizing is to make sure that this agreement and opportunities are known across the country by the people who are supposed to benefit from it. With the information that I think someone talked about, we have been able to come up with a clear roadmap in terms of sensitizing the people, creating awareness, so that the people who are supposed to benefit should know about these opportunities that are there in this particular agreement. So we have been doing sensitization. I don't want to say that we have covered the country the way it should be, but we are continuing sensitizing the people to know the opportunities that are there. And about just doing opportunities, how can they access the market in terms of telling them what are the requirements, how do you come around these particular requirements and such like this. The other thing that also we have done is that for anyone to access this particular market, you must have the correct trade tools. What are some of the trade tools that we are talking about? You must have the correct regulations, you must have the certificate of origin. The certificate of origin is like a passport, the products that you are selling, and such like this. So all these things are required for anyone to access the market. The government has come up with all those particulars. The other thing that the government has done is to come back and say now, do we have the products that we are supposed to sell in this market? And I can assure you, one of the greatest challenges that we have, the biggest challenge is that we negotiate for markets, but we don't have the products to sell. by community, where it's going to do that, you don't be burdened a lot of paperwork. You just cross, you reach there, you see what the product that you are selling is one of the products that can cross without a lot of paperwork. You simply cross. And that is one of the things that we like really support the SME, the women, and the youth.
Thank you.
Just the last one is that the safety also has a protocol on women. And as a country, we are coming up with certain regulations so that we can have that distinction. When you talk about women and youth, you want to be able to support them, to be able to access the safety market or digital market as through the support of the government. That is, those are some of the things that we are going to many other things that we do, but I think in interest of time,
Yeah.
let me just
Thank you. Thank you so much, Josiah. Later, you will help us also share some contacts or how do we literally get the SMEs to benefit from the aggregation centers. You've talked about limited products. I wonder what value chains those are so that we can also be really identifying those opportunities for our SMEs. Just speaking from what Josiah has said, Chebet, in terms of the ACFT, and I know for you to be AGOA, as that opened, is what he's saying reflected into your journey in terms of exports? Are the trade instruments, are they working for you and for even other SMEs that you know about? And if there are gaps, let me just finish this so that we can just, that will be your final question. If there are gaps, how can we close those gaps? What are some of the, strategies that we can implement to ensure that those policy instruments are working and really working for SMEs?
Thank you. I think the most urgent thing is that everyone understands what the rules are. Because, for example, sometimes even just within the EAC, at the border, there is not a lot of clarity down at the officer who you will be dealing with. If they are not with it and understand what the big picture is, then we run into problems. For AGOA, we continue to benefit. Even with the change in tariffs, we'll still be at an advantage over everyone. So even if it means, change is inevitable, so we just adjust with that. I think I'll keep it at that because he said most of the things.
Okay. I'll come back to my panelists, but if you have any question, you can shoot your question now. So you can raise your hand and you can ask your question. But as you get ready.
All right, we actually have questions via Menti as well. If we can kindly have the Menti platform on so that we can see the questions. Okay, so we already have questions. From the floor, 2 questions very quickly because we only have 10 minutes to go.
So we will take this one for equity because Collins is here. How can SMEs benefit from CRB products? Company reports ETC to grow.
Thank you for the question. So the first thing I want to demystify is CRB is not meant to give you a bad score. CRB is be able to give you a view of how you could be lent to. And based on your score, and if you look at the CRB report on the top right, there's always a scale. There's a A, B, C, and some items. We use those scores to determine a borrowing without collateral. So you're actually able to get up to, from an equity perspective, we can do up to 5 million on an unsecured basis if you're not within an ecosystem value chain. And if you are in an ecosystem value chain, we can do up to 250 million on unsecured basis, just using the credit score and the turnover reports from the business. So it can work within Equity Bank. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we can, so we have quite a number of questions. Let me give this to Rose, so go up. Is it? Okay. How can expanding market linkages help in developing and improving international trade? How can expanding market linkages help in developing and improving international trade? So let Ross take this one. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you so much for the person who asked that question. Definitely expanding market linkages means that you have more market for your business, and when you have more market, then you end up trading more. And maybe I can just give an example of some of the trade agreements that I think we do have that are really important, that maybe we could just take an opportunity to examine as SMEs. We have the EAC, the East Africa Community, which is a really huge market. And we have really preferential tariffs when we are trading amongst the EAC countries. So expanding then ensures that we can be able to trade more. We also have AGOA, which is a really important, it's a really important treaty that we have with the US. And one of the sad thing about AGOA is that it's coming to an end in September of this year, and we are hoping that it will be renewed. But I think we've not been able to effectively utilize AGOA over the period of which we've had. So I believe that if we are given an extension, or if AGOA is renewed, it should really be a priority for the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of MSMEs, to help SMEs to be able to utilize AGOA. We also have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that was mentioned. And then we have the EU, EPA. We have an economic partnership agreement between the EU and ourselves, which also gives us additional market access. And then I think China also announced early this month that from 12th of June, all African countries do have duty-free access into the Chinese market. So all these are markets that we do have access. So expanding such market linkages be able to help us to be able to play, or to be able to increase our presence in international trade. And definitely when you trade with exports, or we trade internationally, we improve our balance of trade, we're able to earn foreign exchange, and we're able to improve our economic growth as a country.
Thank you. So I'll just give my panelists 1 minute to give their parting shots. You also share with us where we can get more information, and allow me to start with Wambui.
Thank you, Lucy. I just wanted to, there's something Rose had said about ensuring that you have the right people in the room. I think it is very important because it then helps you curate the questions and the discussion accordingly. I almost wanted to ask how many SMEs in the room are looking to export, for example, so that then you know AFTC is really relevant or not. Also, are we suppliers, are we manufacturers, etc., the various stages. Then I wanted to just walk through a story. I think, again, it would speak to what Rose said about identifying a certain number of, identifying a group of SMEs and growing with them. I want to give 2 examples. We did a small capacity, it wasn't supposed to be small. I think we had like 1,000 people log on to a call. Majid Al-Fatah, commonly known as Kafu, wanted to list suppliers. And I think in that, out of the 1,000, we got 11 who actually met the terms or who indicated interest. But we reviewed that a year later, and even of the 11 who had been shortlisted, none of them had actually supplied. And it had nothing to do with Majid not having space for them. It was the SME then saying, oh wait, I don't have this, I don't this. And we had a follow-up conversation of, can we then really walk guys until the shelf? Yeah, so that you know they're ready for the market, and then you're able to then call in buyers to have a conversation with them. And I wanted to give an example of Uchumi. A story that not many people know was in the late 60s into early 70s, Kenya Industrial Estates was set up. The purpose of it is what KIDI does today, capacity build, SMEs to be able to produce a product that was market ready. And then once they worked with them through Kenya Industrial Estates for that for a final product that is market ready, they then had aggregator, and in this case, the aggregator was Kenya National Trading Corporation, which still exists today. And then once the goods got into Kenya National Trading Corporation, government was like, okay, then where do we sell this? Hence the setting up of Uchumi. So Uchumi was supposed to be the supermarket where all our locals then found a shelf and were able to be capacity built to either get into other markets or get into larger supermarkets out there. That somehow died. But for me, that would be a starting point, because then you're not putting an SME who's looking to do a local lotion, a personal product, competing with Nivea on the same shelf. And Nivea has capacity, pocket, etc. to be able. So it would be good if we would establish that value chain from the beginning to the end and ensure that. And then I would be remiss if I don't say this. I'm not averse to having conversations around exports. But I keep saying, unless we have a strong domestic market, it doesn't matter how many contracts we sign with outsiders, because then who's going to be able to get into those markets? I ask, if you find we have Cocoa Promo, that is a local drinking chocolate, how many people know it's local? So if it's on a foreign shelf, who's going to touch it? The only person who can export a Kenyan product is a Kenyan. So we need to start Buy Kenya, Build Kenya locally, and then be able to push it out onto the other market. Thanks.
Collins?
Thank you. In my many interactions with government, we do appreciate that government is the main influencer of the market. And from the Department of MSME, they have 5 focus areas: decriminalization of SMEs, easing regulatory environment, there's access to affordable credit, and access to markets. Our commitment as Equity Bank is to support the government on 2 of those initiatives. So the first one is access to financial access, access to loans. And to support our initiatives, we've signed up a guarantee with a partnership with Africa Guarantee Fund to a tune of about $500 million to just support SMEs, with a special focus to women within our Fanikisha program. And on access to markets, I've mentioned about 20 initiatives that we've done. I've also mentioned about the 14 webinars that we've run about all our 13 value chains. And our value chains run in agriculture, manufacturing, and food processing. So that remains our commitment to support MSMEs, and we are proud to be associated with the SME engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Collins. Chebet, your part in short. And you can even also tell us whether we can access your products locally, because she's talked about building the domestic market before exports.
As I mentioned earlier, our primary clients are Kenyan women. Do not underestimate the power of Kenyan women. They are something else. So yes, we are local, and we are trying to be more visible locally, because when I started, I was the only black person making leather bags. And now every time I'm on TikTok, I'm like, wow, company noma sasa. So many young makers, and that's amazing. That's what we need. That's why the government is paying a lot of attention to leather, because it is not something to ignore anymore. My parting shot is, for micro and small businesses, I'd encourage you to also explore alternative friends apart from banks, although now banks are really friendly, because we found new friends. We found friends in organizations like MasterCard, Empowered by People, ITC, and all of those alternative funders that understand that we are making things and we're just kind of trying to figure it out. So I really encourage you to look at alternative financiers, because the market is awash with them now and they're looking for you. Thank you.
Rose?
So my parting shot is that there is no shortage of entrepreneurial spirit in Kenya. I think we have that, but there's the shortage of intentional and genuine support to micro and small, medium-sized enterprise. Genuinity from government, genuinity from our associations, and from everybody who is purporting to support SMEs. Let us focus on quality as opposed to quantity. It is better to design a program that targets only 5 SMEs, and those SMEs make it and employ maybe 50 people per SME, than target 1,000 of them, whom at the end of the day is just going to be a talk shop. So TradeSmart Consult, we partner with different development partners such as Trademark Africa. We partner with the government of Netherlands. We also partner with associations to be able to help in designing programs that benefit SMEs and really impacting them positively. So that's my parting shot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Josiah? Josiah, your parting shot?
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, one thing I wanted to say as my parting shot, first of all, is that we have negotiated what are the open markets up to 45% and above of the global GDP. That is a massive market that is open. But so what do we need to do so that we can access this particular market? I think we need a national conversation that will take us to, we need to produce. I still think that we need to produce quality, we need to produce volumes. If you don't produce volumes, you cannot access markets like the EU. You also need to produce the right packaging, you do the right packaging, and also we address the logistical challenges that is related to us. Now, we need a concerted effort by all of us that we must move together, otherwise we are going to be. If you with the youth, in terms of two things, one, disseminating the information about the markets that are available. But first of all, they need to know this. We need to sensitize them. If you can imagine the way they normally disseminate information, within a few seconds, everyone has got information. If that information that is being passed around is about marketing the Kenyan products, about the opportunities that are there, we need to engage everyone. And I want to say that as I close, we are planning to have a conversation with the youth, particularly in terms of sensitizing the Kenyans and this information, of course, which remunerates them also in terms of doing that. So I think that is one thing I can say as about.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Josiah, for that inclusion perspective to your parting shots. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for participating in. I know it was very fast. Next time we will see how to do this better. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. And we do have a gift of appreciation that will be delivered by Dr. Silpa of Equity Bank. Let's have the gifts of appreciation, please. Thank you so much. Makofi yao nyingine tafadhali. Quick announcement. Make sure you have your meal voucher. Very important. For the exhibitors, you'll be served where you were served in the morning. All the delegates are welcomed at the main serving space. Please make sure that you have your meal voucher. For the speakers, Paris will be on standby to guide you. In the meantime, we only have, please note, 45 minutes for lunch. Please make sure that you are back here so that we kick off at exactly 2:30. Makofi yao nyingine as we celebrate them. 2:30, let's be here so that we can kick off our final installment of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, 45 minutes begin. Roll the dice, the timer. Let's have the timer on. Please, welcome for lunch. Asanteni sana, all the best. Bon appetit, merci. Asante sana, shukran, jazilan, all the best. 2:30 p.m.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively.
One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ICES 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One thing I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number 3 is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ICES 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of Go Beba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ICES 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of Go Beba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of Go Beba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of Go Beba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ISIS 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ICES 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on the supply side in terms of working with investors to strengthen their gender lens investing strategies so that they can be able to allocate more capital to these startups.
What we're going to do now is just practice the pitch and do it in a really, really quick way.
The specific workshop that I really enjoyed is the workshop on communication, how to communicate our solutions effectively. One of the sessions that stood out to us was the scaling up session. It's important to be able to understand the different nuances to move into new markets, and this was very helpful.
In build-up for Friday, which is the big day meeting investors, I feel very confident and ready.
With the chance to pitch on Friday, I'm going to remove all the nerves. I've been given a platform to amplify my voice and to share my story. I will focus on the why we are here, why it matters.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Mbogo, co-founder and CEO of GoBeba, where we enrich the lives of African urban families with reliable access to safe and genuine essential utilities.
I just got off stage at the ICES 2024 and it was exhilarating. I think this is the most confident I have felt on a stage pitching to investors.
I actually enjoyed the pitches. One of the things I think I appreciated for sure was that there was a diversity of companies operating in different sectors, from agriculture to health to financial services. And I thought that was a pretty good representative sample.
It was refreshing watching the women on stage doing their thing. Beautiful pitches, well organized, well executed as well.
Programs like She Wins Africa do a good job surfacing some of these founders, but also beginning to sort of diffuse the traditional unspoken rhetoric around, oh, we don't find enough investable women founders, so we can't invest in them.
I do believe that women-led startups are going to solve our problems. They're going to create jobs, but they're also going to inspire more women to be able to start and scale their businesses.
Part of the value of the She Wins program is the selection criteria. So even to just be standing here is the reflection of having gone through quite a few stages. And I like that because most of what we're doing is not for the program, it's for us to run solid businesses.
From the week in general, the lectures were amazing. We were even able to practice our pitches.
So what I will definitely do going back home is to share whatever I've learned, communication skill, networking skill. I will spread it to 3-4 women, and then we spread it to 3 and 4 additional women, and this is the way we are going to spread the word.
My name is Nankonde Kasonde Fondenbroek, and I am the founder and CEO at Zanga African Metrics, based in Zambia.
My name is Stephanie Lawson. I lead the team at Extra.
My name is Anapoka Adezabra. I'm co-founder and CEO at Farmia Limited.
I'm Abimbola Adibakin. I'm the founder of Advantage Health Africa.
Women-led startups have challenges when it comes to being able to connect with investors, but also there are other operational challenges in terms of their businesses, and they also lack confidence when it comes to pitching to investors. The main objectives of She Wins Africa is really to enhance the chances of women-led startups accessing funding in Africa. And we do that in threefold. Number one is to increase the investment readiness of these startups. Number two is to increase connections with investors. Number three is to really work on
Boom, yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 53 minutes, so 6 minutes to the top of the hour. We want to kick off. And we want to celebrate that you're here. A lot to learn, a lot to share. And our speakers are already here. We want to learn. And I loved this statement. Impactful insights. It's not a talk shop, it's a workshop. After we're done here, we get back to business. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of you. Asanteni sana. Okay. 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's just be upstanding for a moment. So that we're all set. All right. Yeah, so the idea, we're warmed up for the afternoon. Namaisa, welcome. Warmed up. Bona Chris, we're ready? Okay, fantastic. This time round we'll learn from my Chinese Kung Fu master. He talks of daily dozen. By the way, have your daily dozen, 10 things you do every morning to sustain the energy. Okay, everything, give me sound. Okay, let's have the video play. Okay, let's go. Chris, I need to see you. Because you're coming up next. Come on. Namaisa, I can see. Mr. Michael is doing it. Fantastic. Let's go. Okay. We've got, oh my God. That's it. Blood flow. Come on. The energy. Come on, everybody. Let's go. But Chris, I'm still waiting for you. It's about to go down. Come on. A big round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. 10 minutes for the speakers. 10 minutes. Then we're supposed to have a breakout session, but there's something we're working on, so we'll give you information on that. But for our two speakers this afternoon, we'll give them 10 minutes each. You know the drill. Chris, if you hear that sound, that means you only have 1 minute. Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker. 10 minutes.
He is a seasoned business coach and strategy consultant with over 22 years of experience helping SMEs grow across Africa. As the lead at Wild International, he empowers entrepreneurs through transformational programs that have already impacted over 300 businesses, inspiring growth, leadership, and lasting success. Please welcome Christopher Odongo.
Makofi yake tafadhali, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I hope I can be able to get that video so that I can put it on my Instagram. It's a very nice introduction. Thank you so much, guys. Please turn to your neighbor, and if they're an entrepreneur, tell them congratulations. Yeah, tell them congratulations. And that is because entrepreneurship is putting my phone on silent. Entrepreneurship is arguably one of the most difficult and one of the most thankless jobs. Yeah? And today we are here on the backdrop of yesterday's protests. That was really just people asking, we want a better environment so that we can be able to do business and we can be able to succeed. In fact, our research at Wild International shows that the harder the environment gets, the harder the entrepreneurs work. About 7 years ago, we did a research, and that was on the back of a very difficult election period, 2017, 2018, and we asked entrepreneurs, how did you do in your year? How did you do in your year? And there are entrepreneurs who did very well, and there are entrepreneurs who struggled through that year. And then we asked the entrepreneurs who did very well, why did you do well? And you know, in research, when you ask a question like why, it's not a good question, because then you don't have answers. And they looked at us like, we don't know. And so we asked them a different questions. We asked them, did you work harder? Did you find yourself working longer hours, working weekends, working holidays? And we found a very interesting correlations. The entrepreneurs who reported growth in their businesses in the year 2017-2018, following that election period, are the entrepreneurs who worked longer hours and worked weekends and public holidays. And so I always say to entrepreneurs, when the going gets tough, the tough entrepreneurs get going. So again, turn to your entrepreneur neighbor and tell them congratulations for surviving Maandamano Wednesday. I'm giving these remarks eating my time, but I'm actually hoping to see my slides go up. Are they going up? Not yet. All right. So I have a backup slide here, which you can't see, but I'll speak to it. So my name, as you've heard, is Chris Odongo. I am very passionate about working with business owners. At Wild International, we call them owner managers. So these are people who own and manage their own businesses. And what we do is we help them to be able to figure out exactly what they need to do to succeed in their business. We help them to clarify their business model. We help them to clarify their value proposition. We help them to identify their critical success factors, and we help them to figure out how to acquire new customers. 80% of businesses that work with a Wild strategy or a Wild coach report growth in their businesses within 6 months of working with us. And so if you're looking for a growth partner for your business, please talk to Wild International. We have a table out there, and you can be able to receive the help that you need. And we've been doing this for the last 20 years, and so we are very, very good at working with business owners. So slides not coming up. I'll just quickly move on and say that we have our offices here in Nairobi, and we call ourselves Wild International because we have global ambitions. When we started this business 20 years ago, it was not conceivable for anyone to think about themselves as running an international business. Today, we are proud to say that we, through our sister company, Sandbox, have opened a branch in Atlanta, Georgia, and are beginning to serve SMEs there. We are aggressively opening up a branch in Cape Town, in Addis Ababa, in Germany. That will be in this German city. I forget the name. It will come. I'll tell you. Yeah? No, not Frankfurt. the shorter one. Yeah? Yes. Bonn, yes. Anyway, so what I say is that if you do have a global ambition as an entrepreneur, we want you to know that at Wild International, we are doing it, and we will show you how. So we are part of the Sandbox, and today my conversation with you is really about ecosystem and the stakeholder. We are part of the Sandbox, and the Sandbox is a collection of 32 different experts who are gathered together to support SMEs. The reason we brought these experts together is because we say that there's no SME that can grow on its own. Where in Africa, it takes a village to grow a child, and interestingly and amazingly, it takes a village to grow a business. If you are an entrepreneur, when you are registering your business for the first time, you must have talked to a lawyer to help you register your business. And after talking to a lawyer, if you ran your business for a few months and you succeeded, you must have needed an accountant. And after getting the support from your accountant and your business succeeded, at some point you must have needed a HR expert so that you avoid being sued for firing people on the spot. And at some point you must have needed a digital marketing assistant to be able to publicize and make your business grow. So I can see my slides are here. So I will ask that I am taken to the slide that has the Office of the President. That one, yes. And so if you are a business, you will also discover that at some point you needed, thank you, you needed more than just a HR consultant, you needed maybe an auditor, a tax consultant. And so we have been part and parcel of building an ecosystem that supports and helps and enables SMEs to grow. Now, as part of our work in terms of just the ecosystem thinking, we've always wanted to be able to be part of creating an enabling environment that can help you as a business to succeed. And so we've been on a journey of advocating and asking for all the stakeholders to come together and to begin to champion for an environment that can help businesses to succeed. And so in our mapping of the stakeholder environment, we sort of decided to share this mapping wherever we go so that then this particular presentation and we can put your name here because you are part and parcel of working with SMEs and helping SMEs to succeed. We have actually also been part of setting up an association called Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya because we are passionate. We know and we believe that it takes a village to grow an SME. And so if you look at the slides we see, we have the overarching policies, Vision 2030, medium-term planning frameworks, and then you have the ministries that are specifically dealing with MSME issues. So Ministry of Cooperatives, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Information Communication and the Digital Economy, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and then Ministry of Education. And all these different ministries have different mandates around creating an enabling environment that can allow you as an MSME to succeed. Now, of course, you're an MSME and you're thinking, why do I need to know all this? The reason you need to know all this is because at some point, you need to know where to go to be able to get government support. And you need to know where to go in order to be able to, extract this support. And to also know that when you pay your taxes, there's somewhere where that money goes. And therefore, can you begin to demand for those services? Can you begin to demand to extract that value? So having said that, there are already programs that are running, such as the Kenya Jobs and Economic Transformation Project, supported by the World Bank. There are projects that are supported by the German government, such as the Center for Entrepreneurship, KfW, ITC Markup, International Trade Center, Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, to name but a few. Obviously, we have not captured the entire landscape of programs. And as I said, if you see your name is not here, then it means that you need to come and see me. Next slide, please, as the bell goes. So within the MSME sector, there are also counties and other regulators, such as the Kenya Revenue Authority, Capital Markets Authority, Business Registration Services. I think some of them are here. There are family foundations that are also working to support MSMEs. There are corporate foundations. And I want to just make a quick note as I count down my seconds. The family foundations that we've identified are all foreign, all right? And I will challenge anyone who is here who is running a local Kenyan foundation. They have been very good at supporting our charitable activities, but the world is moving towards entrepreneurship and towards economic empowerment. And so they need to find their names here, and they need to be found supporting entrepreneurship projects. Having said that, I can see my time is up, and the MC is hot on my case. Am I allowed to take questions?
Questions will be taken at the very end.
All right.
That's okay. A big round of applause for Bwana Chris. Any questions for Bwana Chris? We have menti.com. Let's have it on the screen so that we can actually appreciate and then we'll take a final. So that's the platform. Please text your questions. The code is 76650089, 76650089, or you can simply scan the QR code.
One quick comment.
Go ahead.
If there's something that you'll also like us to add in terms of a stakeholder who is not present in our mapping, please also just put it on the same Menti code and we'll be able to update our mapping. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving me your audience and your time. Once again, turn to the entrepreneur on your left or right and tell them congratulations for starting a business and for making it this far.
Congratulations indeed. Asante sana. Makofi nyingine for Bwana Chris. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes, please welcome.
He is a seasoned insurance professional with 25 years of experience, known for his visionary leadership, strategic insight, and pivotal role in expanding CIC's footprint into South Sudan. As principal officer at CIC Microinsurance, he continues to inspire excellence, drive innovation, and shape the future of insurance with passion and purpose. Please welcome Michael Mugo.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm honored and privileged to be here this afternoon, and I'll go straight to my presentation. Whoever is managing the slides, could you go straight into it so that my 10 minutes are not consumed by the waiting. So thank you very much. My topic is very simple, a very, very interesting topic, and I know a lot of people don't like discussing this very important area that supports a business, and that is insurance. A lot of times when people hear about insurance, wanasema ni mtu wa insurance tena. At times you are kale kama mtu kwa insurance. But this is a very important. If you could go to the next slide, just to talk about CIC. CIC is a cooperative enterprise. A cooperative enterprise in the sense that we started in 1968 as a very small outfit. And this is where I need to encourage all of you that you can start in a small way and grow big. We started as a small agency within the Kenya National Federation of Cooperatives, a company that was started with a capital from the farmers, particularly the coffee farmers, bilateral farmers, marketing cooperative societies, before the circles came into force. And we were established back in 1968, became a composite company back in 1978, and right now we have 25 branches in Kenya, we have 5 branches in Uganda, we have 3 branches in Malawi, and we are also in South Sudan. And we are planning as a Pan-African insurance outfit to get into other countries. Reason being, because we are a people-based company, we promised our shareholders that once we make it in Kenya, we will now expand beyond the boundaries. And the way we do it as a cooperative enterprise, we don't go to countries to dominate. We partner with them. We pick the cooperative societies within those nations, and we partner, and that's what we have done in Malawi, Uganda, and South Sudan. Right now, we dominate the unit trust market, controlling about 21%. General business, that is property insurance, and I don't want to focus so much on that, about 8%, and also in the insurance of the persons. If you could go to the next slide, please. That is the ownership structure. We are owned by over 1,553 institutional cooperatives. And because we are listed, we also have about 18,000 Kenyans who now own through NSC. But I want to focus mostly on the 1553, because the 1553 are owned by over 6 million Kenyans. And in terms of diversity and ownership, we are one company that has worked with the people of Kenya, with the cooperatives, and once we generate enough money, once we generate a dividend, we give back to the people of Kenya. Please go to the next slide. I don't want to focus so much on our corporate philosophy, just want to emphasize that we are a company that want to enable people achieve financial freedom. Please go to the next slide. And that is just a reflection of what has transformed, what has transpired from 1968 to the current position. That last year we were able to do premiums of 26.3 billion with an asset base now of about 61 billion, and we are controlling about 152 in terms of asset under management in pension and also unit trust administration. But the most interesting fact is the 15.6 billion of claims that we paid and we continue paying. And also the fact that we also support over 7,000 agents and brokers. And now that we have been given a license to operate a separate micro insurance, dealing with inclusive insurance, insurance that creates impact, then we can only do better and we can only use more agents to reach out to the Kenyans. The other slide, please. Allow me to go to capital access, and also in order to remain faithful to the topic for the day for de-risking and how we help the SMEs, I want to say that capital is essential for SMEs. Yet access remains quite limited due to the kind of risks that we have. A lot of SMEs don't want to get into the business because of unpredictability, of course, of the risks that go with it. And I want to give you that comfort that microinsurance now is one line of business that is coming in to come and overcome these handles. If you go to the next slide so that we can see how it does it. And that is showing the risk capital connection. How do we support the SMEs? How do we support the small traders? One of the most important things that we do as an insurance service provider is we come in to offer the protection aspect. We come in to support the financing arms. And in event of a risk, we come in and pay the claim. We all know that where there is higher risk, there is higher cost of capital or credit exclusion. Microinsurance is coming in to help provide affordable, accessible insurance for the hitherto excluded markets. This helps us to reduce the risk, a number of financial inclusion, and of course give you comfort and that peace of mind as you are doing your business. And I'm happy to state that the regulator came in with a regulation in 2020 which requires that you separate the arm that is doing the mainstream or conventional insurance and the one that is now providing protection and peace of mind to the micro and SMEs. Please, if you could go to the next slide. So that is how microinsurance unlocks the capital, and we continue to design products that address the needs of the person that we are targeting, the SMEs, and also we were told the micro sector. And this helps to transform these informal businesses. They become very resilient and investable enterprises. And we have done this, and we have paid claims in the past. And the good news about CIC is that we'll not come in and say we are doing the exclusion on political or political violence or terrorism risk. We do cover that, and we have paid that faithfully to our customers. So let's go to the next one. I know time is running out, but the way we connect to the market, the way we connect to the business, the way we connect to you is that we have tailored, we have customized products for cooperatives, informal sectors, cooperatives, because that is our core, that is our heritage. Those are the owners, MFIs, and we work together so that we can bring this service closer to you. And a lot of time why people don't talk so much about insurance is because we embed insurance in your financial services. So when you're getting that credit, there's already an element of insurance that is embedded. If you could go on, please. Yeah, I'll not talk about this kind of risk, and let me just go to the other one. But notably is that we are covering environmental and climate risk, very strong in ESG now, and we have incorporated that, and we have committed that 25% of our policies by 2030 must be drawn from the micro and small enterprises segment of the market. Please go to the other one very fast. These are the solutions that we have on climate, agriculture, MSMEs, life and health, accident, disability, and so on and so forth. Next. These are the solutions that we provide, loss of life solutions, fire, burglary, political violence, and terrorism. It's embedded in all our solutions, and we pay. Let's go to the next one. So the lessons and opportunities is that there's need for trust because there's trust deficiency in our industry. We need to leverage on mobile and digital platforms so that we can scale, and we are doing that. And there's need for ecosystem of partnership and collaboration. We have to work together with the financiers, with the banks, and any other person who is interested in this sector. And we are already doing that with so many financial institutions. So a lot of opportunities, and we'll be setting these presentations so that you can also be able to address. So with that, I will not go, if you can go, the very last one on the call for action, which is very important. Let me say thank you very much. I have spent my time well, and CIC is your partner in this area. Karibuni nyumbani.
Wow, makofi tafadhali Bwana Michael, thank you so much indeed. For your questions, please check out menti.com. Let's have that on the platform. Questions? There we go. So questions for Bwana Michael already. Questions here. So just take about 5 minutes for you. So can my small shop be insured? Startups find it hard to insure their businesses because of finances. What is the best way to go about this? Do you cover Gen Z protests? Please come. Just in 2 minutes if you can.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, your business to us is not a small business. We have been doing this since 1968, and you're the owners, and that's the reason why we were formed. And there are so many of them that we are covering. Gen Z protests, yes. Last year, do you know how much we paid? Close to 700 million from flooding and Gen Z. Yes, we did. We are paying them. So whether you're, not the process themselves, MC, and not the protest, but the business in case businesses or properties are destroyed within the act of protesting, they are insured. As I said, we have extended the PVT, political violence and terrorism. It is inbuilt in routes, but always ask your provider whether they have embedded that particular cover within your policy. Thank you.
Bwana Michael, a big round of applause for Bwana Michael. Asante san. You may kindly take your seat. Let's see whether questions for Bwana Chris. Bwana Chris? There we go. We'll just take about 1 minute. One question. My name is Alex Kulema, Chairman, Kenya Boda Boda Association. How are you guys planning to partner with Boda Boda sector, which is one of the biggest sectors in the country? Talk to us.
Thank you very much, Alex, for that question. As I had said, our work is we are trying to really bring all these players together, and we normally have, every half year, we have what is called a round table, and in that round table, we basically bring people so that we make sure that everybody knows what everyone else is doing. Because if everyone knows what everyone else is doing, then it becomes easy for you to find opportunities. Beyond that, we are very happy to partner with the Boda Boda Association and provide them with the capacity building that their members will need to think about their businesses, not just as Boda Bodas, but as transport providing solutions and businesses that can grow and scale.
All right, a big round of applause for Bwana
Chris. Yes.
Asante sana. Let's look at some of the questions there. One more question for you. Mine is a general request. Okay. What is the role of SMEs in the roundtable, and what support can we get in the scalability conversation?
So the role of the SME in the roundtable is for the SME, you know. And so if you're not there in the roundtable to say, these are my needs, these are my challenges, this is what I need, then everyone else who's on the roundtable is doing what? You know, so that's the role of the SME, and that's why we present it, and that's why we say, as an SME, come to the sandbox, come to Wild International, we will collect that information, and we will use it to inform policy, to inform program design, so that the programs and the policies being developed are not hanging in the air, but they are rooted in reality of challenges you're experiencing.
Bwana Chris, makofi yake tafadhali.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
And please remember, we are here to help you. If you're an SME, come to our stand and we'll help you, show you how to grow and how to scale and how to access funding.
All right. Thank you so much, Bwana Christopher. Asante sana. Many thanks. Welcome. And by the way, remember, we have the business clinic. So immediately we are done here, go straight to the business clinic for all your questions, KRA, registration of your businesses. You will be sorted out there. And of course, we were told about the exhibition site. Very important. Don't miss out on that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for our final engagement. We were meant to have the breakout sessions. But unfortunately, because of unavoidable circumstances, what we will do, we will have one of the breakout sessions happening here. So that will be a general plenary session. So our panelists are ready. So we'll also have the Menti platform ready for you for your questions and comments. And we're looking at financing market opportunities, unlocking capital for growth. Our panelists are here. You'll have 40 minutes to engage, 30 minutes, engage the panelists, 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Advisory Manager, SME Growth, Nairobi Securities Exchange, Gift Corey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So 30 minutes to engage the panelists, 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Over to you, Gift. So very quickly, I'll call upon the panelists. Ali Hussein Kasim, Chairman Association of FinTech in Kenya, Makofi yake tafadhali. Good to see you again. Jeet Malde, Head of SME Lending Grassroots Business Fund. Big round of applause for him. Nabil, Noble and Wise. Hassan Ali, CEO Genesis Next Gen Consulting. Leslie Mbogo, founder, Go Beba. Ashif Kassam, good to see you again, Executive Chairman, RSM Eastern Africa. Ambassador Mary Mugwanja, Director, Public Sector and Institutional Banking, Equity Bank. All right. Bwana Gift, I may need you to you'll kindly use the podium, the dais rather. Okay. All right, are we good? Are we good? Take your time, because you still have your 30 minutes intact. It's when you start talking, that's when the clock will start ticking. So once you're ready, take your time, take your time. Over to you, Gift.
Good afternoon. Come on, you can do better than that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gift.
Good afternoon. Please, you can do anything but don't sleep, okay? Please. My name is Gift Corey. I'm the Advisory Manager, SME Growth at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, and it's a pleasure to be here today, joined by my very able panel, and we are here to tackle funding. Our topic for today is financing market opportunities, unlocking capital for growth. And we all know that financing for SMEs in Kenya is quite a huge topic. Just to lay some background, approximately 98% of all businesses in Kenya are MSMEs. They create 30% of Kenyan jobs and contribute 40% towards GDP. That's about 4 trillion shillings. However, 60% of SMEs have reported being denied funding in the past 3 years due to inadequate collateral and perception of high risk, among very many other challenges. A June report by Safaricom and FSD Kenya concluded that the financing gap for MSMEs was about 2.5 trillion Kenya shillings, so divided between micro enterprises, which have a financing gap of about 140 billion, and SMEs, which have a financing gap of about 2.36 trillion shillings, actually. So suffice to say that there's an urgent need to address the widening funding gap for SMEs in order to catalyze real growth in the Kenyan economy. To build a vibrant SME sector in Kenya, we need to take deliberate steps towards creating an enabling environment, operating environment underpinned by access to funding opportunities for SMEs. So our conversation here today couldn't be more timely because we need to really unpack what financing for SMEs looks like and address those challenges that lie within the sector. So without further ado, we'll jump right into it. Please feel free to chime in. Actually, you can raise up your hand in the process if you feel like our panelists are, of course, leading you properly, or if you want to chime into the conversation. We would want to make this as engaging as possible, so please, let's all engage together. On stage here, I have Bwana Ali Hussein, who's the Chairman, Association of Fintechs in Kenya. And I want to just quickly unpack the role of fintechs in enabling access to finance for SMEs. We've seen the growth of products such as Kepsa in our market. We've seen a lot of fintechs enabling access to financing or how capital moves around businesses. But the question really is, how are fintechs transforming access to finance for SMEs, particularly those operating in underserved or informal sectors?
Thank you so much, Gift. This is an interesting question, and to first have some clarity. Kepsa is a fintech, just in case you were not clear about what Kepsa is. It's a mobile money platform, but it's also a fintech. Now, in our country, in Kenya, one of the things that we have seen over the last 15 years is a complete transformation of how financial services are executed or are sort of subbed to individuals and to corporates and SMEs. But I think I would like to possibly say MSMEs, not just SMEs, because we've really drilled down today to the actual issues facing this ecosystem. So we have seen opportunities where access to credit comes through access to information, your credit information, your credit history. This is not something that has been prevalent in the MSME sectors. So one way that has been achieved is most of these MSMEs actually individuals. They are not even corporates. And that remains the case today. So products like Pochi la Biashara, products like alternative credit scoring platforms, although I really don't like the term alternative because it sort of creates the perception that this is not something in your mind. Mobile money today contributes 97+% of all payments on the platform. So when we start calling mobile money alternative data, there's a problem there. So credit scoring is a crucial issue. But more crucial is how do we build this data? How do we build the credit worthiness of an MSME? It's through showing transactions, through showing your credit worthiness, and this all comes through data. So we want to start moving beyond just credit. We want to move towards enabling these MSMEs to keep proper records, to be able to envision or focus their cash flows as far as business is concerned, to be able to adhere to some basic rules when it comes to doing business. Then we come to other solutions that should be plugged in automatically into these platforms. My brother Mugoya talked about microinsurance. What I can't understand up to today, and this is something that we really need to unpack, not just as a country, but as a continent, is why our insurance penetration rates are so low. And they're not growing, they're actually going down, right? Is it trust? Is it access to these insurance products? These are things that we need to unpack. So we're talking about microloans that we've talked about, that is in everybody's mind, but let's move beyond microloans. Let's talk about microinsurance. Let's talk about invoice factoring or invoice insurance. I have money, rather I have an LPO, I have delivered, but the person I've delivered to tells me 30, 45 days. And we know in Kenya when we are told 30, 45 days what it actually means. So how do we bridge that gap? Then we speak to how do we automate our processes of understanding our cash flows. Today, with your mobile phone, you can access an amazing amount of content, applications to actually help you drive your business. Chris here talked about some important stuff. So all these things that we're talking about comes into an ecosystem to be able to then say, this person or this MSME is credit worthy to be able to receive X amount of shillings. Then we plug in insurance into these loans so that if something happens to this small business, that person does not default. I can go on and on, so let me just stop there. Thank you.
No, I think those are very valid points there. I think one of the biggest challenges we've seen, especially running the Ibuka program at the exchange, is investor readiness. And that actually ties into how that information is collected. You've spoken about credit scoring, you've spoken about record keeping. And Jit, I know you've been involved with the grassroots, with the GNWE program through the Grassroots Business Fund as head of SME lending. Please talk to us about, from an investor's perspective, what are some of the key gaps in SME preparedness that hinder investment readiness, and how all ecosystem players can come together to address these challenges?
Yes, thank you, Gift. So I think we've heard a lot about record keeping already, and one of the things that we find is that whenever we receive an application for funding, a lot of the time we receive a bank statement, and that'll be a personal bank statement mixed with sort of business transactions coming through it. No proper sets of accounts, no real way to understand the business well. And I think that's from a foundational perspective, that's the very basics, the record keeping, complete sets of accounts, proper cash flow management. I would say that's one of the areas that would allow an there's sort of a gap in information between an investor, between an entrepreneur. So an SME will be perceived to be risky because of this gap. There's equity, there's debt. Most of the time we find a business owner will come, put in an application for a loan, look for the maximum amount they can get, whether it's through debt or equity. But they need to first look at their business to understand, is it profitable? Is it able to service loan repayments? If so, what is the right type of product? What do they want to raise capital for? Are they looking to fund a short-term, an LPO finance? Are they looking for medium-term working capital? Are they looking to acquire an asset? And they also need to look at the feasibility of this. If they're looking to acquire an asset, what are they going to gain from this? They have a limited pool of capital to raise, and they need to understand where is the best allocation of funds. Is it in working capital? Is it in acquiring an asset? Once an asset is bought, what will the incremental revenue be? What will your cost savings be? Is the additional cash flow that is generated sufficient to pay this loan? So there are a number of steps to think through. And when we talk about how the ecosystem can come together, one of the areas we feel is critical is investor readiness training. So working with business owners to help them understand what it is that an investor looks for, to help them build up the basics, the financial statements, the full sort of set of accounts. And this will help them understand their business and will help an investor also understand the business better. And there are a number of tools also that we can use. When you have cash coming in, cash going out, just plugging those in and helping you build up a very basic set of financial statements, that's a good starting point. So there are a number of programs out there. There are a number of these tools that have already been created. And as you mentioned with the Genoué Growth Program, with donor-funded programs, we can also try and support these businesses and target these companies that need the support, provide them with the training prior to raising capital.
Thank you very much, Jid. I think, just turning to the audience, by a show of hands, for those who are entrepreneurs in the room and you run a business, just put your hand up if you run a business. Let's start from there. Okay. How many of you have let your hand still remain up if you have audited accounts? If you don't have audited accounts, put your hand down. Okay. See? That's where the challenge starts. Yeah? Sure.
I would also like to say we've seen a number of sets of audited accounts which are incorrect. Wrong tax rates used, people stamp that
was going to be my next question. Anyway, so you see, it's important, I think, keeping a good record of books, yeah? And we'll talk about tax in a bit, because that's another elephant in the room. But for now, let's, Nabil, please help us. Let's say for a business that's already running, they've been able to raise funding before, and they're looking at regional expansion. What's the frame of mind that the entrepreneur should have? But in your experience, especially advising businesses on fundraising, investor relations, a lot of the SME advisory work that you do, what are some of the common challenges that you've seen that businesses face, especially when seeking for financing for regional expansion? and how can they better position themselves to attract capital, still along that theme of investor readiness.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, if you're not going to show me some more noise than that, I'm going to be protesting here. So let's start. Good afternoon, everybody. Now, you should also know that I actually sit on that side of the table as well. I'm an entrepreneur like you. I started my first business when I was 16. I started my second when I was 20. I repaired phones and laptops for a living and started the next one at 23. And here I am today. And I've also invested in businesses. So when he asks me about regional expansion, that's something that's very close to my heart. I run a consulting firm called Genesis. And every single day we think about where's the next check coming from. And we not only need to look at Kenya, but also the African region at large. One of the things I find challenging, and I love the way Jit described it earlier, is financing. And like you all know, the importance of audited account and taxation and whatnot. However, I still feel that a lot of you find difficulty in handling conversations around financing. And if I'm going to tell me what are your ratios and what is the next 3 years looking like, you'd be struggling and probably hire me as your consultant, right? So one of the things that I faced in my business, I came to Kenya 13 years ago. And 13 years ago, I had a tough time understanding taxation, compliance, governance, also building a team, looking for the right partners, and that's a key word, right partners. You will get a lot of information being told to you by everybody, but the source of information is the difference between success and failure. I had to look for a right team. I lost some money, I lost some hair, I lost some time, I lost all of that. So when you are expanding and going out of this country today, let's take an example of Tanzania, right across the border. My company operates in Tanzania for 12 years now. So we are fully operating in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. And in Tanzania, if you look at the legal landscape right now and the policy landscape, there's a lot of emphasis around agro-processing, around manufacturing. And I also tend to meet a lot of Kenyan entrepreneurs like you as well, wanting to go across the border. But let's take a realistic, practical example. A few months back, the Tanzanian government made it mandatory for all businesses operating in Tanzania to follow the Personal Data Compliance Act. And let me tell you, the failure to do so, the ramifications are immense. You'd either be charged for a criminal offense or even fined a hefty sum. Knowing your policies, the tax structure, the governance, the compliance, board structures, those are extremely, extremely important. Talking about investment readiness. Now, I had the pleasure of sitting as a judge in the recently concluded Kepsa Tech Innovation Awards. I've sat on different panels in Africa, over 12 countries, as a judge, as a coach. I invest in startups, I'm an entrepreneur myself. And I think my response will be broken down into two things. My first message is to the early stage entrepreneurs in the room. Focus on the product market fit. A lot of times we think about there is a demand for your product, but actually that's fairy tale thinking. Do your minimum viable product, what we call MVP in entrepreneurship. Look into your business model. I come across brilliant ideas, but poor execution. And that is because of your business modeling. Focus on your MVP, business modeling, and lightweight structure. Structure around your pricing strategies, going to the market, and just getting the right fit of team. To the growth-oriented SMEs, I'll use an example of family businesses. We have a lot of family businesses in Kenya, don't we? Yeah. And one of the challenges I find in family businesses is decision-making. If I'm looking for a decision to be based, you'd be surprised I'll have to wait a month because the founder is busy playing golf. Or probably the founder is out of the country. And those are challenges that we see in family businesses or growth-oriented SMEs, the lack of a board, governance, internal reporting, as Ali mentioned, finance and accounting. Make use of tech, make use of data. Another trend that is coming up in the Kenyan market is also the lack of awareness of predicting your future trends in the market. Entrepreneurs need to stay ahead. We all know what is happening dynamically in Kenya today, don't we? We also know the East African legislation and levies and taxes keep on changing. It's a reality. So always try to plan 3 years ahead, 9 months ahead. And trust me, you'll thank me later. Finally, I will use an analogy of a spaceship. I'm not a rocket scientist, but I admire spaceships. And if you want to be investment ready, think about a spaceship. When the spaceship lifts off, it's quite slow. The jet boosters power the spaceship, the building foundations are in place. And then the spaceship accelerates. That's your acceleration phase of your business. Look for the right partners, the right capital, understand the difference between different funding cycles, Series A, pre-seed funding. What do they mean to you? How can they help you get to the goal? And lastly, when the spaceship just takes off from the atmosphere, that's your takeoff and growth stage. That's what an investable business looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabil. He deserves a better round of applause because I think he has made some very good points, especially around financing and scale. How many of us actually grow our businesses for scale? How many of you start your businesses with a vision that this company should go regional and even global? How many for you is the vision for your business is actually to be an Africa-wide business? Then for me, what I got there was invest in knowledge. Yeah, get the right tools, find the right partnerships, find the right, you should understand the regulatory landscape, corporate governance. How do you actually run the business while you're not there? So some of you are here today, but you just worried that everything is collapsing in your business, or your employees are stealing from you. How do you take your business regional without creating those systems and putting those systems in place? But let me switch gears a little bit here, because we have Leslie, who's actually a founder. And she's not just a founder, but she's also a woman. And we know that being a founder is already challenging. Being a woman founder is even more challenging. And I was reading a report just the other day that only 2% of women-led businesses actually get funded. And I don't know whether this is entirely true, but just a quick question to you, Leslie. What are the key financing challenges you faced as a woman-led SME? And how have these impacted your ability, especially to scale into new markets and to grow your business?
Thank you. I kind of didn't grow up thinking, first of all, that I was a woman, and I was always fighting with the guys. So, but an interesting question. When it comes to challenging in financing, I see a couple of challenges. One, and just for some context, we are a startup at the growth stage. And one of the biggest challenges is a mismatch between the capital and the growth model. And what I mean by that is the financing channels today for startups are not really inclined to invest in asset-heavy, operationally heavy businesses like ours. And again, for context, we operate a fulfillment and logistics network. And so a lot of the funders tend to favor more asset-light, very fast-growing type of businesses. And so you'll see that obviously it gets harder to get those kinds of investments. It also takes longer to close on those investments. And so that's one of the things that we face particularly. And of course, there's more and more bias towards tech companies that will scale very quickly. Another challenge that we would have as women on that one is just the lack of access to the informal networks where the money is, and typically it's male-dominated. And so, whether it's informal places like bars where people can have conversations, and that means you might not get those warm introductions. And so it will take time for you. You have to constantly prove yourself over and over. You might not get the big checks or the quick closing those deals. So that's, I would say, a challenge for women, and we've got families and other obligations, and we're just not in those circles. And I think going back to the first issue that I talked about the scalability, I think there's also an expectation, a third challenge that I see is that the investors today favor very rapid scaling type of businesses. So there's pressure to show short-term traction versus maybe businesses for us that are building sustainable and in today's, and I think a lot of businesses, startups, will find ourselves building the rails and the infrastructure, but yet the investors are expecting to reward those that have quick attraction. So what that means for a business is that you might be sometimes struggling between making trade-offs for fast expansion as opposed to just building maybe slowly. So that's another area where we found challenges.
Thank you, Leslie. So now let's talk about what I referred to earlier as the elephant in the room, and it's tax. And tax for small businesses, not just tax. And I want to welcome Mr. Ashif, who's been running RSM for a very long time, and he's an expert in matters tax. And we want to talk about the credibility of businesses to access financing and what the role of credibility is, especially for SMEs in accessing financing. We know most SMEs, we don't call it tax evasion now, it's tax avoidance, and we coin very good terms to make sure that we sleep at night because we didn't pay tax. But I know KRA is also in the room, so I'm not speaking for the KRA. I just want to understand what's the role of paying attention to tax diligence for a small business. So from your experience, Mr. Ashif, what are some of those common pitfalls that are tax-related and that hinder SMEs' ability to attract financing? And is there a way that those can be addressed very early on?
Okay, so let me start by saying that there's a general saying, God giveth, government taketh away. And that's the reality. The second thing is that there was this boy who swallowed a coin, nobody could remove it. Out came somebody from the crowd, found the right spot, hit the bag, and the coin rolled out. And they asked him, "You must be a surgeon." He said, "No, I'm the taxman. I know where the money hides, so I can remove it anyway." So the reality is, tax is a reality. But I think a lot of businesses complicate tax by saying that, we are paying the tax. But if you really look at it, most of the tax that businesses collect is not tax that you're paying. It's tax you collected from somebody that you're to remit to the government. And so it is a process of collecting that VAT, excise duty, pay as you earn, withholding tax. All taxes that you're collecting on behalf of the government for somebody who has to pay that tax. Okay? So the first part that a lot of businesses do is they mix this whole thing between what is our tax and what is third-party tax that we are collecting. Secondly, for small businesses, the level of taxation has 2 or 3 areas. But where the challenge is that a lot of young businesses, the first thing that they try and do is say, I'll manage the books of accounts and I'll manage this other aspects. And I remember when I started RSM 21 years ago, the issue was that I hired a bookkeeper and we had no income. And my partner told me, but we can easily write the books. And I said, to write those books will take 5 or 6 hours every week. I'd rather use that 5 or 6 hours to go and market the firm rather than writing the books. Okay? And that helped the growth of business. So it's a mindset of how we, account for tax. But the third part is that, when you don't pay the taxes and you try and evade taxes, your balance sheet will not show those taxes. You will not show your real income. And today, all financing and all growth comes from showing what your real picture is. Okay? And that link becomes more critical. And the only tax that you have to pay from your pocket as a business, okay, is income tax. And nine out of 10 times, in your first or second year of business, you're making losses, so you don't have to pay any tax from your pocket. But you're not building the loss correctly, that when you start making money, you have that loss correctly reflected in your books. So that's a critical part. And lastly, there is enough technology today where you can properly account for taxes. Okay? In fact, if you go to the clinics outside where the RSM stand is, we have actually created a small card for you with a barcode, which has a complete monthly compliance checklist, which you can tick off and say, have I fulfilled all these obligations in closing my monthly accounts? And so tax is a reality. The issue that comes is the issue of tax evasion and avoidance. I won't go into that, but as businesses, if you're recording your income, there are a number of personal expenses that you can also get from that business. One of them, very simply, is the issue of your medical insurance. If as a proprietor you write medical insurance, you are allowed to claim that without any tax benefit to yourself. Okay? So when you look at some of the areas, those are areas. Then there are other things like when you have a housing loan, there is renovation cost, there is a housing credit that you are allowed to get. So there are certain benefits that you get if you show all your income, and you can claim those expenses, including your capital expenses. If you buy things for cash, you can't claim it, but if you buy your capital equipment and capitalize it in the books, over a number of years, you are able to write it. If you buy a computer over 4 years, you're able to write it against your profit. Okay? So even if you're bringing a personal computer in the business, have it valued and bring it into the business. But I think there is one big challenge in Kenya, and I think generally in East Africa, is that we don't have an SME tax framework. All our frameworks are the same, and there is one thing that even this time RSM had put forward to the parliament, is that we have a turnover tax where the limit is 25 million, but VAT is only 5 million. Why would they not align both those levels of taxation, so anybody who is doing a turnover below 25 million doesn't, only has to pay a turnover tax, and it simplifies the accounting and the record keeping. And that's something that the private sector and the SME group need to bring, that we need within this country a SME framework for payment of taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Ashif. Ms. Mary, Ambassador Mary, let me bring you into the conversation here. We know that Equity Bank, whom you represent, is synonymous with SME financing. And whereas the banking sector has generally tried to really increase SME lending, we still know that we've not even scratched the surface in terms of what is possible. So maybe you could share with us your experience from the banking sector. What strategies have proven effective in increasing access to affordable credit for small and growing businesses, especially in an environment where there's limited access to information on the businesses themselves, including record keeping? How are you able to price that risk, and what strategies have you employed as a bank to make sure that you're more effective in terms of addressing financing for the SME market?
Thank you, Gift, very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Ambassador Mary Mugwanja from Equity Bank, and I'm sure that we've heard a lot about equity today, but allow me to say in terms of access, currently in Kenya, we have 317 branches, we have 50,000 agents, and we have over 1 million pay with equity merchants. That means you can reach us anywhere, you can be able to access it. It doesn't matter whether it's in the remote areas or where it is that we are. In terms of affordability of the facilities, and it's good that I'm coming at the tail end when all the other panelists have talked about the issues that you really need to work on for you to be able to access funding. So what have we done as Equity? We've made sure that we segment our customers, be it micro, be it small, be it medium, be it large, be it the corporates, then we tailor-make solutions for you. The other thing is that we partner with development partners so that we're able to de-risk. We are aware that it's not all the businesses, SMEs, that are able to have the traditional form of security. So we've partnered with development partners like AFDB, MasterCard, and IFC, so that we can be able to support you when you come to us for the lending. What does that mean? Part of the guarantee that they give will cover you, but then we'll use other sources or other forms of appraisal to fund you. And then in terms of the collateral that you need to give us, it is dependent on what exactly you're looking for. If it's an asset, we'll use the asset that you want to buy, so it's easy for you. If it's a building, we'll also take that building. And additionally, we'll also be able to look at other forms of securities that we can be able to have. We've partnered with parastatals, we've partnered with NGOs as well, so that if you come for trade finance, if you get an LPO, we will appraise the parastatal or the company that you're dealing with. And if we already have arrangements with them, like if you're dealing with big parastatals like Kengen, KPLC, we normally have facilities with them, so they actually are able to give you the trade finance. So it means that you do not, I can hear the bell, but I didn't hear it for anybody else, so allow me to continue. But and I think because we're talking about funding, it's important. So we'll use that. We can be able to use the LCs for you to be able to get the trade finance facilities. And then we will also walk the journey with you, so that if you borrow, we don't just leave you on your own. We walk the journey with you. And really, when I look at the team that is here, I see the need for capacity building. I see the need for mentorship. There's so much that we need to do together, and Equity Bank is there for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Time for questions from the audience. But over to you, moderator. Gift.
Okay, I think we had almost another 2 rounds of questions, but in the interest of time, we'll cap it there, and hopefully we can take some of those, we can answer some of those questions through the Q&A session. So this is where we invite the audience. If you have any questions, we now want to make this as practical as possible. I know we've talked about some of the strategies that you can employ to make yourself investor ready, what you need to do to consider as a business, but are there any questions? Also, feel free to give us your experience as a founder, as someone who's running a business. Anyone?
There's a question via Menti. If we can have the Menti platform, and go ahead. Name, question, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Ephraim Ochieng. My question will go to the chairman of RSM. What's the secret to business long-term, a sustainable business, of building a business that will exist for years? We're talking about 2 decades. What's the secret?
All right, go ahead. Do you have any other questions very quickly? Okay. Let's go.
You want me to take it? Or?
We can take all the questions and then we hand it over to you, all right? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Oscar. I'm a young entrepreneur. I run a marketing agency called Drew Marketing Solutions. And my question is, I'd say everyone on the panel. I've tried accessing financing, and I realized that when you're in the service industry, it's kind of not the same as when you're in the business where you're buying and selling products. So I wanted to understand, what is the secret for someone like me in the service industry? I've run the agency for 4 years now, I've ticked all the boxes that you've mentioned about, except I feel like there's a gap whereby maybe there's something I personally or my co-director don't understand on how do we pivot now our business to the next level and get funding in terms of equity.
Thank you, Oscar. Kiburi, did you have a question? No? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kelvin Kuria. I run an association called Commercial Club of Africa. We are a member body for salespeople. And one of the things we have founded is Kenya School of Sales, which is a school that teaches sales. My question and anybody in the panel can take it, is two questions. One is, what's your view on the value and the role that good salespeople play? And what's your experience? And so that's the first part. And then the second point is just on capability development. How is it going for you that are running businesses? Do you have any words of advice to anybody that is running a business on how to build the right capabilities, specifically for sales and business development in this day and age? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's take the final question via Menti. All right, we only have 10 minutes to respond to the questions. Let's take a final. Samuel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Njoroge. I would like to ask the panel, what are the measures in place for a startup business person?
Direct question. Which one is better? An investment from a person or an investment from a business fund, and why? 10 minutes, go ahead.
Questions. We'll start with Mr. Ashif on how to build a sustainable business.
So look, there is something that I learned 10 years ago, and it changed my perspective of business sustainability. It was a quote by Bill Gates, and he said that we always overestimate what we do in 1 year, and we always underestimate what we can do in 10 years. And so in a start of a business, there are four critical components of a business. I think the first is cash flow. And, revenue is sanity. Okay? Revenue is vanity. Your profit is sanity. But your cash flow is reality. And so management of cash flow in the early years becomes very critical. The second part is people. If you're not investing in people, then you have a challenge. And there is this saying by one of the HR gurus that says, hire fast, promote faster, set fastest. And what he means, if you need the people, hire them. And if they're doing well, promote them. And if they're not performing, exit, okay? Don't keep on, keeping people who are not performing or don't understand the culture. The third part is your strategy. And, that comes, initially you have some idea. When you start a business, let nobody say, where is your full strategy? You have an idea, whether that idea will work. You have some parts of strategy. But as you grow, that strategy becomes more critical. But as you grow, the biggest mistakes that businesses make is a very good strategy, but there is no execution. And execution can't come without people. So when you look at the business story is really strategy, execution, people, and cash flow. And if one thing is not working, look at the component behind, and that's the component that it might not be working. So, and once you focus on that component, everything else starts working.
Thank you. I think, Ali, you can take the second one.
So the young man there, service industry. Which business is that?
I think agency.
Agency. What agency? Advertising agency? Creative marketing agency. So let me just ask you a question. You are looking for growth capital for what? To do what? To do what with that capital?
I'm looking for capital so that I can scale my business beyond just Nairobi.
You can extend your business beyond just Nairobi?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So for me, the first thing that you want to think about is, number one, how do you build a business that is ready for an investor? Okay? And I think Chris here talked very well about it. That's your first step. get help to put together your business. I don't think I can answer your question in a few minutes. So let me just give you some tips that will take you to the next level. I'll be happy to also have a conversation with you after this, because I've been where you are. In real terms, I've been where you are. Yeah. So speak with Chris or go online and get onto that sandbox. It's a fantastic platform for you to be able to start thinking about how you grow a business. The other thing that I want you to really consider, and not just you, anybody else, this is just my opinion as an entrepreneur. Your cheapest source of funds is debt financing as opposed to equity financing. I mean, if you want me to break it down for you, just buy me a cheap cup of coffee and I'll break it down for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ali. Could you, gentleman at the back, could you please repeat the question on the third question? It wasn't too clear. I don't know which of our panelists would want to take that one.
Yeah, my question was on sales. So I had two questions. One is on what is the role of today, in today's world, what is the role of sales and business development? And two, what does capability development for that sales team look like? Okay. And do you have any words of advice for business people?
Nabil? Or Ambassador, please.
I just want to be sure that I got you right. You're asking what's the role of sales in a business and what is its role in business development. If that's the case, sales is everything. In whatever you do, whatever products or services that you are offering, you must be able to sell them. How you position yourself and who your target market is crucial in terms of having business success. If you want to develop, like I said, you need to know who is your target market. How do you want to do the sales? Do you want to get it through salespeople, or do you want to use the social media? What will be your mode of sales? And the moment you are certain your mode of sale, then you embark on it. But then you must be able to also monitor the performance. If there's the salespeople, you must give them sales target. You must be able to measure their productivity on a daily basis. You must also be able to know how much do you require to sell in a day for you to achieve your overall objective, and for what period. And I think once you do that, then you'll have achieved your objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think, Leslie, you'll take the question on Menti. If we can just put that up, please.
The Menti question.
Yeah, so the question was which one's better, an investment from an individual or an investment from a business fund, and why? So from my experience, first of all, it depends on the stage of your company. So if you're starting out really early, and I'm talking about maybe equity in this case, I would say go for the 3 Fs, which is friends, family, and fools. Fools that believe in you. They don't know anything about what your business is going to do or if it's going to be successful, but they just believe in you. So that's when it matters to get from an individual that believes in you. Now, as your business gets older, you do need to think about institutional funding. So from institutional investors and so forth, because they do bring in some value. So first of all, if you're thinking of raising future rounds, then those people are important. Not only do they give you credibility, but they'll also open doors to other investors. So you do need to think about that when you're looking for investment.
Thank you. Jit, do you want to add to that?
I think, as mentioned, it's very important to know the stage you're at your business, but also what type of partner you want to bring in. Do you want to bring in a financial partner? Do you want to bring in a strategic partner? An individual can be either, and so can an investment fund. So an investment fund may have expertise in the sector that your business is in, and they could help you, open up channels, open up avenues, and support you beyond just the finance they bring in. But you might just want to keep running the business the way you run it, and you might be interested in just bringing in the financial partner. And similarly with an individual, the individual may have a big network that can support your business growing as well.
Thank you. One last question, perhaps? One last question.
One last question. We had a question via Menti. Menti, okay. What role does fintech play, especially for people with disabilities? An example is a visually impaired person would want to be an artist, which is not quite measurable. Would you invest? An example is a visually impaired person who would want to be an artist, which is not quite measurable. Would you invest?
Let me try and attempt that, because I feel I'm a bit confused with that question. Could you just please put it back? Mm-hmm. So first, of course, issues of people with disabilities are front and center today. So any product, any service that is worth its salt will need to ensure that it's built and designed to make sure that people with disabilities access that. I think we've seen that very well with M-Pesa. M-Pesa has done pretty well. And we can take examples out of that. The next one, an example is a visually impaired person who would want to be an artist, which is not quite measurable. Would you invest? So I'm not sure where fintech comes in there, but let me try and attempt to answer the issue about would you invest? I think investment, you actually have quite a number of organizations today. I can't speak off the top of my head which ones that are actually focused on people with disabilities. I'll be happy to share some of these. I know I have quite a number of them with the organizers, and you can access those organizations through there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to our panelists. I think that has been our panel. Yeah?
Absolutely, and a big round of applause for the moderator. Thank you so much, and the panelists. We do have a gift of appreciation courtesy of Kepsa. But before that, let's take a photo. Please, just be upstanding for a moment so that we can take that photo. Mr. Harrison Kepsa will guide us in delivering that gift of appreciation to the panelists and the moderator. Together with our key speakers, Bwana Michael, is events around. Please come forward. All right, there we go. Asante sana, Bwana Harrison got here, ready to give the gifts of appreciation, Chief SME and Enterprise Development Officer Kepsa. Asante sana. All right, makofi out of that as they receive their gifts of appreciation. Asanteni sana. And please note, we still have a bit of time for you to engage with them, so I'd kindly request the panelists, if you don't mind. Nabil, there are a couple of people who'd want to talk to you after this, so please afford them a couple of your time. We'll really appreciate. Leslie, thank you so much. Mr. Kassam, thank you so much. Michael, thank you so much. Ambassador Mary, Jeet, thank you so much. Gift, Asante Sana. All right, there we have it. Quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. 22 minutes past the hour. Tomorrow, we start at 8 a.m. so that we save time, we have an impactful moment. Remember, in the afternoon, we have an award ceremony, so you don't want to miss that. And definitely in the morning. Where's Jane? Anne. Where's Anne? Anne Ukwape. Alex Ukwape. Alex. Alex Ukwape. Haya. Kuna wale ambao tunataka watuzungumzie. Tuliambiwa mama mboga lazima awekwe pale, sio? Not just SME, we need to have the first M. So we want your experiences tomorrow. So come loaded, okay? Come loaded so that we can learn. So tomorrow 8 a.m. we kick off. Now this evening, clinic. When you go to the exhibition site, learn as much as you can. Just next to it, we have the business clinic. Go ask all the questions that you may have. Sawa sawa? Asanteni sana, all the best. Have a wonderful evening. Learn as much as you can till we'll be served outside. Connect. Nabil is here. Jit is still here. Kasam is still here. Ambassador Mary is still here. Leslie is still here. Harrison mwenyewe pia yuko hapa. Connect with them. All the best, ladies and gentlemen. Let's meet tomorrow, God willing. Asanteni sana.